that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. You know, I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, wait, I'm here. Who wanted to fight with me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighters beat me.
My goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. Friday the 13th. And everybody want to talk about all types of things, you know. I'm just worried about who's in trouble. Because, you know, we're going to stay off the beaten path, but we're going to come for that. You fill in the blank. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a laid-back show, man. I just wanted to talk some boxing and keep everybody encouraged. I mean, there's not a lot of boxing going on. A lot of people tend to stray away. You really get to see what's on somebody's insides because they open their mouth, and what's on the inside always come outside. You know, but on a serious note, man, I'm glad everybody made it to the weekend, man. If you out there, if you're a working person, man, you a laborer, you a skilled worker, I salute you, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't really idolize these boxers. We appreciate what they do for the sport, but we know that the common man are the ones who understand. Some of y'all might be getting led by the nose. You know, y'all still might, y'all don't really understand it, but it's still a big political thing, man. I thought that all this hyperbole was done, but they just like, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Like Robin Givens, man. Like, god damn, man. People taking these stances, man, and it's so many Shakur Stevenson fans out here. It's so many Bud fans out here. It's just like, good gracious, y'all. Why don't y'all go sit down, man? I'm gonna ask, like, why don't y'all go sit down, man? Like, we moving on, man. Like, we're moving on. Like, we got some things coming up, and I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to get into some I wanted to provide a platform. You know, because Cookie Monster, mic check, 1 2 1 2, sounding good like you always do. Ooh, ooh. I like that, Cookie Monster. You know, I'll be needing that mic check because I'm a perfectionist of some sorts. But I'm sitting here, man, and I'm confused, man, because we got some of the hottest shit going on next week. Nobody's talking about it. Like, everybody is still stuck on this hyperbole. I've seen so many titles with who can beat Shakur Steve. Like, it's like he beat T.O., bro. Like, we got, you know what I'm saying, the age-old, you know, politician games where they doing the same shit that they did when it came down to Bud and Errol Spence. Talking about how Purple Vein switched, but, like, everybody was playing the same game. Like, why can't we? We at a point in time where we done seen enough. Yes, we got to count recency, but we got to count, like, the last performances and all that, right? We got to consider inactivity. But then we got to consider the level of opponent. We got to consider how many times it's like, listen, y'all. Like when you place people in the same category as people, like one person has potential to be everybody that this one is, and then this one guy has shown you who he is. We gotta put him on the scale, man. And people, man, your favorite creators, I'm sorry to tell you, man, it's 2026. And they still leading you on, they still on that leading you by the nose type shit. I'm telling you, man. Like if you go back, if you've been around, like, and I know, like, listen, we are not here to be the most popular. We are not here to say, I got 1,000, I got 700. That's not what we here for. Why? Because you know, in any and everything, the people who really start getting down to nitty gritty, the people who really start just utterly just telling the truth and just keeping it all the way funky, people don't like that. They don't. But we got to keep it all the way funky on what's going on, man. It's a lot of patterns going on. I always ask, because as a hardcore, I'm always going to find a way to fall back in love with boxing. I'm always going to dig deep down. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to reach down. And I'm going to find a way to keep the honey on the moon. And personal and, you know, in boxing. Like, that's how it is, man. Like, if you... Because it's a niche sport. It's a niche sport. It's so many moving parts. It's not regulated like basketball, football, and all that. Like, you always subject to who controls the printed page, or you're controlled by your creator, the whatever creator you rock with. They might not all be like, you might not be 100 with them, but some of them you 80-20 with, some of them you 60-40 with, some of them you 20-80 with, some of them you 30-70 with. It's just, you know who to go listen to when they want to talk about this. You value what they say about this because they've been on, but pretty much everybody have a bias. Like, this is one of the channels that tries to provide you with an opportunity to hear a different alternative, a different perspective. And the thing is, I'll tell you my biases. Like, I'll tell you one right now. I have a bias with southpaws. I'm a southpaw. Like, so my stance is that's what I am. So I have a bias. I'll tell you that. But that don't stop me from liking somebody like Richardson Hitchens who's orthodox. You see what I'm saying? Like, that don't stop me from liking somebody like Diego Pacheco. Like, it don't stop me from liking guys that are that, but I'll tell you that I have that. So when I go into the fight, I look at the stance when they line up in the ring and watch and see, like, look at a couple rounds, like, okay, they southpaw, they orthodox or whatever. I'm probably going to lean to it, especially if they start exhibiting the skills that cater to what I do or what my game plan is or what fighters that I like who fight in that stance do. Jermell Charlo, along with Tank and Earl Spence, he's number 3. He's a orthodox. But I'll tell you that. I'll give you that up front. Like, it's certain things that I'll tell you. Like, listen, man, if it come down to Tank, if it come down to Mr. Gary Russell, if it come, yeah, I'm gonna be biased. Like, I rock with them. Like, they are some of the most talented dudes that I've ever seen put on a pair of gloves. I'll tell you that. But I don't come out and put Tank up in the thumbnail and put Mr. Gary up in the thumbnail. I don't do all of that. And if they ever fought, I'm just happy. Hey, I'm not picking a side. I just want to see a good fight, man. Hopefully the entourages don't eliminate each other. That's what I'm worried about. I'm be looking for the fight outside the ring. You know what I'm saying? I might have to come back and figure out what happened inside the ring with them, because that's how crazy it's going to get. Especially being from Suitland, born in D.C., and then living in Baltimore for the last 7-8 years after I got out the Army. I have a bias. I'm not ashamed to tell you that, but do I cap and cape for Tank? No. I hold the fort down. I tell you the truth. Do I cap and cape for the Russells? No, I hold the fort down. I tell people that when the media is weaponizing them, hey man, they weaponizing y'all. Don't do that. That's not a good look, man. Like, I think it's the crab. Don't look like a crab. And they came around. I salute them. But I talk about, like, look at my titles. You go back and look at Bodywork. Just look at them. You might see something on Diego Pacheco. You might see something on Tito Mercado. You might see something on Shakur. You might see something on Keyshawn. You might see something on Tank. You might see something on Sub Real at the point in time, Richards and Hitchens, Gary Antoine. Like, you're going to see something different all the time. I don't cheat the system. I respect the game. I'm taking the steps, man. What's wrong with taking the steps? I'm building the 300. That's why whenever somebody from the 300 come on, I let them grace the panel and they say whatever they say from their perspective, and I know that it's right and exact, just like we were talking on the phone. I already know that's who I'm catered to. It's not going to be to the people where they could just tell you anything and they could just give you a couple oohs and ahs and you don't analyze what your boxer is doing. You don't have no accountability. You're not for me. It ain't even no reason to come around me. That's just how it is, man. Like, we at a point in time with boxing, it's 80-20. It's 80% good, the 20% that's bad we all focus on, but there are some good things. But at the rate we're going, I'm not going to say boxing is going to unalive itself, but what I am saying is that boxing is going to become like full-fledged. Like right now, we joke. For years, I've been joking that it's WWE, WWF. But it's really becoming that. That's why when everybody else out here talking about how much Floyd Mayweather got, he in debt and all this dumb shit, to where it's like if somebody did that to you, somebody personally ordered it to you, somebody come up to you in the middle of the street and slap the shit out you. And I'm talking about people that's older than me. I try to respect my elder, but everybody talking about how much Floyd is getting sued for and how, like, all this dumb shit. Like, ain't nobody really keeping their eyes on the prize. The shit that's gonna keep boxing alive. It's the gossip. It's I don't like how Clarissa, fixed Papoose plate first, and it's like, what? You want me to take the what and leave the what? Boxing is in a strange place depending on who you're listening to. We got a whole squad of people who they can go out. They can point, they can accuse, they can ridicule, they can improperly assess, they can badger, they can slander, they can lie about anybody. The minute somebody say, hey man, I wouldn't do that if I was you, because that's like throwing stones when you're in a glass house. How about we talk about this, because in the real world, they be saying BC and AD, like before Christ, and ain't no domino. What about this whole elephant in the room? The VC. Like, what about everything prior to VC versus post VC? It's looking kind of suspect to me. The snack man. Like, well, let's look at boxing VC, pre-VC. Look at boxing pre-VC and post-VC. It's not looking different to you? But somebody still got that secret sauce. I digress, I'm off. I really just wanted to put something on y'all mind, man. Like, just like how we looking at things, man. Like, listen, man. Like, your critical thinking skills are like the only thing that people can't take away from you. If you voluntarily shut it down just because you want to be on code or you want to be like Brandy and get on down, I just want to be down. Like, you can't be like that, man. Like, you gotta, like, come on, man. That's what's gonna keep you on your toes. What they be trying to say? People be putting out that jab just to make sure what the other fighter is what. Like, if they're gonna be honest, you can't just go in there and throw all hooks and uppercuts. The jab is what keep people honest. So you gotta stick that jab out there to see if people. Now, come on, listen. If you get away from throwing your jab, like, you just take whatever you just take whatever people out here is telling you. Whatever they say, you just gonna take it and run with it. Like, y'all don't see when people are playing politics where they always do this. I swear, man. I'm getting better at what I'm trying to stop doing. But I'm gonna put it like this: if you don't see and hear things that are coming out from these guys that put information out about these fighters, if you don't see some of the same patterns that happened when it came down to Errol Spence and Bud, and now you look at what they're applying to this Shakur and Tank, and they do this all the time. Like, this is textbook. What y'all don't want to do is y'all don't want to read no rules. Y'all don't want to hold nobody accountable to what your own fighter has said. We come to a place where Devin Haney has said a lot of things. And their moniker is they say everything but let's fight. Salute, Johnny. Yeah, it is ridiculous. I just hate that everybody love talking about that. Like, they talked about that. There are more people that done 3-hour shows, 4-hour shows about that than they do about that, the undercard of the Ryan Garcia Mario Barrios. Talking about their relationship. That, like, that's their go-to because they know how gullible, but what that let me know is that that's what their target audience is. And if you can pack that with 1,000 people, okay, that's your target audience. The target audience here are the people that want the sport to continue to grow. They want to see the creme de la creme get it on. And we want to hold all of these guys' feet to the fire. If we're going to judge, we're going to judge all of them. You know, I heard somebody use this today, and I was like, wow, when I used it, it wasn't relevant, but then they applied it to a whole different boxer today. And I said, wow, people are listening and they're using the information, which I like it, but I wish that they would be more, because the topic was integrity. I wish they would have more integrity when they take these thoughts and ideas, because listen, when, I'm going to give you an example. When, I'll give you the recent example. I'll give you the example that they used. The example that they used was Devin Haney won the belt. Devin Haney, he tried to go get Rolly. Rolly shut him down. It was rumors of Pacquiao. Like, no, we hearing like Tim Bradley think that Manny Pacquiao getting ready to fight Ruslan Provatnikov, the dude that gave him that slurred his speech for a period of time. That guy, that's what he think, like in April, because he said he could have got the fight. That's what Tim Bradley said. Your Hall of Famer, not mine. Your Hall of Famer, Tim Bubblehead ass Bradley. Yeah, your guy, not mine. He said that. So then we heard about Lewis Crocker. And I'm like, man, when I heard about Manny Pacquiao, I was like, man, Dev love them Cougars. Now, when I said it, that people hate it, but I'm like, listen, I got a video where I show that he always has the height, the arm reach, the size, the activity, and the age on everybody. Now, they went and did a documentary, and they put that in the documentary, but I have a video out there that was saying it before that. That's why I said, okay, I appreciate the documentary, but these things were said. I'm like, why don't nobody want to hear it when this person said? But that's what we in the age now where you could just take somebody's stuff and just put it back out there, and it's no harm, no foul. I'm getting accustomed to that. So I was just like, man, I didn't want to see no Manny Pacquiao. Why? Because in the same vein, other people was coming out with rumors that Tank might come back and fight Manny Pacquiao. And then I seen all the belly aching in the comments. I'm like, well, okay. Well, how would it be okay if it's the same thing with the Frank Martin and Shakur and Frank Martin and Tank thing? It's just like, man, like, will we stop it, y'all? Well, we can't do that. When it comes down to Devin, what they said was, since nobody want to fight him, now automatically he want to fight somebody, and they're upset that everybody don't want to fight him. And the illustration that they used was, well, what he think? He think that just because he changed plans and he go this different direction, it's only been since November. Like, why he gonna get mad if somebody else fight him? Because you can't dictate what these other boxers had planned before he decided he wanted to fight them. I said, Eureka! You almost know, like, it's a sound that when a child makes, especially if it's your child, when that child make that sound when they cry, you know, because it's like that cry, it could be a room full, but you know that child. Like, when you know your shit, listen, It's the same example I just gave when it came down to Boots arbitrarily moving up the day before Brian Norman fought Jin Sasaki and just arbitrarily after he done unified and then he got the ring belt and then he arbitrarily just jumped up to 54. I said, listen, it's a history where Turkey has sent the contract for him to fight Virgil already. You turned down that free Turkey bag. Who knows how much that was going to be? Just a months later when everybody thought that because you went and pursued Stan Giannis that you went ahead and did that you was on your way to getting undisputed. You just had 2 left. You had Brian Norman dead to rights because he said, listen, after I sparked Jen at 12:01, like from 12, okay, right after that, at 12:01, holla at me. I believe we would have got it. Why? Because if we go back and we look at it, we got him and Devin. Why wouldn't he fight you with the build up? Why wouldn't he fight you if the price was right and everything was good? And he already gave his father, Senior, had already gave his virtual signature. You was halfway there with a ring. And once you got to 3, you would have been in Earl Spence's position with Mario Barrios looking on the outside, except for in your case, you got a Mario Barrios on the outside looking in. In Spence's case, he had a Bud on the outside looking in. I got 3, you got 1. What can be done? You was there, but you arbitrarily just jumped up and moved to 54. And I said, listen, man, I can't put that on Virgil. Why? Because when it comes down to a definition of a duck, there was a contract out there for you to go to 54 and fight the guy. And nothing has changed before when y'all said, well, he ain't got no title and this and this. Nothing had changed. But I said, these were my exact words. I said, listen, I can't put all of that on Virgil and them team. And listen, I'm not a Virgil apologist. Yes, he's in my boxes to watch. He's the piranha in my boxes to watch. I've been watching him since he's been down at 140. I watched it. I was upset when him and Stan Giannis didn't get it on. And I went through that 3 times. The first time, Stan Giannis, appendicitis. The second and third time, rhabdomyolysis on behalf of Virgil. That's why I don't really kick his shit in when it come down to the IBF. But I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going to rake you over the coals because, yeah, you got a history, but still, I question it, Virg. That's the only thing I question. But I said I can't hold that against Virgil and them. Why? Because Boots and them had turned down a contract to move up, and they said they wanted to get undisputed. They went and got 1 belt, and then they decided to arbitrarily jump up. I said, you don't know what the landscape of 54 is. The second hottest division, in my opinion, aside from 40. 40 is the hottest. 54 is like second. Like when Earl get back and all that get to popping and keep actually getting the ring with Fedor, it might teeter-totter, but right now I got 40 at number 1, 54 at a close. It's breathing down his neck. But I said you can't arbitrarily make moves and then jump in the division or make whatever, and you don't know what these other boxers are doing because as far as they was concerned, you were on your path to go do this down there. Well, they gotta stop their plan. I heard somebody use that. But what I understood was the same thing that I used to understand when it came down to Bud and Devin Haney back then, and when it came down to Bud and Spence back then. They're doing it now, where you understand that boxers have plans. You can't just arbitrarily just jump up and say this. Now, we can't be selective when we do this, and this is a jewel. But they're doing it right now with Devin Haney because it's Devin Haney. But they didn't do it with Boots. And yeah, we might get the Virgil fight, but it's the same thing. When somebody not on your map, on your radar, whatever, and y'all ain't got the same whatever, because we've seen where T.O. was inside the ring with Richards and Hitchens. He just stopped the guy that put the blemish before Shakur did. The only blemish that T.O. actually had, like, realistically on his record in Cambosis. He had him in the ring. Turkey Al-Sheikh said that we're going to do this on Alcatraz. It was already set. He had T.O. in the ring. He asked the fans, did they want that fight? Then he said, F the Haneys. And he didn't get it. T.O. goes on to fight Shakur. So he get that pelt on the wall. They had a plan for T.O. What was the plan for Hitchens? We don't know. So he gets stuck with what he can get, because it's going to come around to what I'm really going to talk about in the crux of this video, and how I remember when it was all this A-side, B-side talk. I remember when there was all this A-side, B-side talk. Johnny, he said what? He said, that's why everybody loves EJ Bodywork, because he did an old school, went around, beat everybody except right. And that's why we got to give him credit. Salute, Dev. And that's why we got to give him credit. Like, we got to give him, because he put in that groundwork. And just like Gary Antoine Russell in today's day and time, he's like, listen, I don't care who's sitting in the seat. I got whoever's sitting in that chair when I get there, I got to see them. Why? Because I need all four. I need all of the Infinity Stones. I'm about to become Thanos. Like, and you know what I'm saying? And I respect the fact that he wants to do it. Now, we know when people say it and then they got to walk it out and do it because things come up, politics come up, all of that. So to actually do it and pick it up, that's why I give all the respect in the world to somebody like Jermell Charlo, who gets no respect. He went back and picked them up one by one by one at 54, where they currently say that's the hottest division. It ain't just get hot. It ain't just get competitive. It's already been like that. 54 already been lit. But because of politics, Jermell Charlo didn't get his just due. But there's a lot of things that's going to come into question tonight, as far as like A-side talk and who's A-side talk and who's this and who's that. And I'm asking, like, listen, y'all got to look at it. Like, this is why I be trying to say, like, man, and for me, this is a pleasure, because why? I've been sitting around watching. I've been collecting data. I've been analyzing the facts. I've been watching the trends. I could have a boxer's almanac. And before I get into this, this is the crux. This is the meat and potatoes. Like, who's in trouble? Why? Because we got a unique situation. And see, this is why when you make business decisions, you start playing around and you're not focused and you're not all up on your A game, and your fans won't call it out, and you got a whole bunch of yes men around you. This is how you find yourself in this situation right here. Why? This is a triangle. So we got point A, we got point B, and we got point C. Now, we already know a lot of our math in this triangle is not going to be able to work. Why? Because the given in this equation is that A will never fight C. So if Shakur was A, Devin was B, and Keyshawn is C, we have a triangle. But in math class, and I apologize if you didn't make it to this grade when they taught it. You might have got it earlier if you was advanced. It might have been like your very last semester in high school. I'm not sure. I'm not going to judge. At some point in time, I hope that you got it. Even if it was after that, I applaud you. But if A is never going to fight C, we're never going to get the completion to this triangle. Even though when it comes to another triangle, we got a couple of them. Like, we saw Tank fight Pitbull. We saw Tank fight Lamont Roach. We saw Lamont Roach fight Pitbull. We saw Tank fight Mario Barrios. We saw Tank fight Ryan. We getting ready to see Mario Barrios fight Ryan. We can make all kind of assessments now that it happened and all that. And it's plenty more. Because we saw Tank fight Ryan. We saw Tank fight Rolly. We saw Rolly fight Ryan. I can go on and on, but nobody's talking about that. Right here in this equation, what messed it up a while ago when I said this is why they can't be in and around the same weight classes. But guess what? All you got to do is wait a little bit of time and be patient. Why? Because when you're playing chess and you're looking at it from a chess level, you already knew we was going to come to this point. We already knew that Devin and Shakur had already, this was the first given. Devin and Shakur was always going to fight at one weight class apart. That's a given. Like, there's history. Like, if the dude that sit down on Devin's bunk bed, who has access, they got the matching pajamas and socks. You know what I'm saying? I think they even got matching mittens. This guy would tell you, when you look back at the history of how Shakur and Devin, they was always best friends, and Bill was like the OG, and they traveled together. And they did, because it was hunky dory all like a while ago. It was hunky dory, and then stuff changed. And then we had the whole thing with Shakur and them recording Bill, and they saying, "Oh, if it ever get hot, we gonna run." Yeah, but they had always thought that they was gonna run down, and unless they ever met at the same weight class, they was never gonna fight. But they was always gonna fight one weight class apart. That's the first given. Shakur, he comes along, he gives you another given, where he convinces, because he talked his brother down off the ledge, the proverbial ledge, a couple times when he was getting ready to do something strange. So now they got a bond that never can be broken. They like Jonathan and David. They say that they bond is stronger, according to that book. Jonathan and David, I'm gonna give you a comparison. Jonathan and David said that they had a bond that was so strong, it was stronger than that between a man and a woman. That's what I was like, man. I done read enough. You know what I'm saying? I think I was like, yeah, I think I'm good. I studied too hard. You know what I'm saying? But the Jonathan and David had a bond that was stronger than that of a man and a woman. And I'm saying that they are Jonathan and David in the sport of boxing. A mano y mano. Listen, A and C will never fight, but we got a triangle. Why? Because Shakur didn't put in the paperwork. Mauricio was like, fuck the corruption. If you want to get off on that, okay, cool. Be stuck there. It's corruption in them all. Because if you're going to audit the WBC, goddamn it, audit the IBF, the WBO, and the WBA all the same. Don't just take your favorite boxer, let him lead you by the nose, and now you want to get stuck and pigeonholed in corruption. We're not going to do that. We're going to say that it came down to paperwork and he was going to work with you, and he slashed the fees, and you exposed yourself. And on the flip side, some of your flip-flopping fans, because one day they say they stripped them, and some of your fans say you vacated. I'm like, you can't have it both ways. Either way, I got the checkmate, because either way, had you kept that 35 belt, you was going to have to go see O'Shaquie Foster, because the minute you came back down, he was going to push the button. So you play games, you do your business that way, and your fans ain't going to really put it up in your face because they just want to stay in your grace. I'm not going to do that. We going to the body. We ain't going to just leave it to the face. We going to break it down. You fucked up on your paperwork. You know, on like Minister Society, when they say, you know you fucked up. You bought the bed. Okay, so you say you vacated. You know you fucked. So if you vacated, you fucked up. If you didn't pay the fee, you fucked up. If Jay Prince and them didn't send the paperwork in, y'all fucked up. And then, this is the thing I forgot to say the other night. You have videos on there where you're sitting up there and you're buying watches. Like 4 or 5 watches. And that's not none of my business. But if somebody can bring up the fact that Floyd Mayweather he's getting sued because of unpaid watches, we see you sitting down with a guy buying 4 or 5 watches before the fight. And I was like, man, if this is not some ILLUM, I'm not even going to finish the rest. I said, if this is not that, if you buy, and I asked it, I threw it up lightly, it was a real live, I don't know if y'all caught it. I said, is it a bad omen to buy a watch that say you're 25 and 0 and you're 24 and 0? Is that a bad omen? It's just like touching somebody's belt. I said it. But you got you before the fight buying like 5 or 6 watches and they telling out the price. Yeah, this one is 50 grand. Yeah, this one is 40 grand. Way more than what a sanctioning fee. The very thing that gives you the title of your image, their likeness, like the thing that you're standing on. The thing that you're representing. Dummy. So you on there buying like watches, like $1,000 watch, and I don't care. Ball out. You deserve it. I don't care. But when you fail to do business and you don't put in the paperwork, and then you got all your fans out here doing your bidding, but they won't take 15 minutes to read what was written. These are the type of people that take medicine without reading a prescription. They dummies. We're not. You thought you was getting over, and plus you thought that now, and the first time you said it, you said, I'm gonna go up here to the WBO. I'm gonna kick Teofimo in the ass. Then I'm gonna drop the bet and let my mans have it. Then your mans, obviously y'all didn't communicate because your man said, nah, I'm not. I'm about to go up here and stop Jermaine Ortiz, and I'm gonna go see Devin Haney. And so far so good because he stopped Jermaine Ortiz with that body work. But guess what? You got stuck like Chuck because you ain't put your paperwork in. So now you can't go back down to 35 when you stuck on the road. The hottest division in there. You talking about Conor Ben with the rehydration. I digress. But you're stuck. You're stuck at 40. But guess what they did? The WBO, speaking of sanctioning bodies, makes Keyshawn the number one. But then even if you want to climb that ladder, like Devin Haney when he climbed the WBC ladder and he found Regis when after Shakur jumped in the ring, he did that fake ass 20%. Bob came out and said, what the fuck is it? What 20%? There was no 20%. That was Bob. But y'all believe Bob when y'all want to. But you ran your ass up to 40. You got that Regis. You made Bodywork eat crow. Regis ain't look right. Come to find out it was a one-way rehydration clause. All these games that these guys are playing, and now that's the same thing that Shakur won on Conor Ben. I digress. But we're looking at Devin. I gave him a reprieve because he called out the young boy and Brian Norman. He went in there, knocked him down, made him put his hands in his pockets. I was like, damn, I ain't never seen that coming. So, I'm looking at Devin, I'm like, hold on, man. I remember all this A-side stuff. I'm the A-side, and we the A-side, and we gonna get this, and we gonna... Where's the A-side stuff at? Because right now, if I'm looking at this equation, you got all of the hyperbole, all of the Bud Buddies, all of the, I don't know, active squad, everybody just singing like, saying, oh, you know what I'm saying? I damn near think that if Shakur closed his eyes and put his middle finger to his thumb on both sides, he could reach the sky. I believe it. Like the way they talking about him, like they saying this man can walk on water. I thought Devin was Black Jesus. But if Devin is Black Jesus, guess what? He the A-side. Don't nobody say that near another like you say that near another. Like when you say that Devin is that their A-side, can't nobody out. Because listen, you notice who ain't on this picture? Tank ain't in this picture. So in some shape or form, because I asked this question a long time ago and the Shakur only fans couldn't tell me. This was when I was still a Shakur fan. No longer anymore. I'm off. But to my Shakur only fans, I'm off. I don't give a fuck about what happened with Shakur. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna lie to me, piss on my head, tell me it's raining and all. I'm off. So I don't care. So if you don't like that, go ahead and leave the live now. Like, go ahead and do whatever else you got. Because you're not going to like nothing else when I break this down. Because he's stuck. Just like Devin, he's stuck. Just like Keyshawn. They are all stuck playing these games that they've been playing. And ain't nobody been brave enough or bold enough to come out and say it because they all want to be political. They all want to pledge their allegiance to Shakur because they don't know if he might just so happen to be able to do what Bud did to Spence. I wouldn't hold my breath. Because if he felt like that, he would holler at Tank. But he don't believe that shit. Y'all believe that shit more than him. But let's take Tank out of it. Let's look at Devin and this A-side stuff. And look at the fact that he calls all the shots. He's everything. He's at the top of the mountaintop. He's at the top of Mount Kilimanjaro. He can walk on water. Think about all the things that they say. Where is the pressure? The same pressure Because listen, remember y'all said it, not me. I'm gonna use y'all word. Y'all said Tank was done and he out of the picture and he need to hang up. Now I'm keep seeing all this stuff is who can beat Shakur, Tank or no. Let's do what y'all been doing and just leave Tank off to the side. Let's just leave that off to the side. We're just talking about these 3 A-sides because remember, Keyshawn told you he can pick, choose, and refuse. Why? Because he picked De Los Santos, but he also chose to blow weight. He also chose the shit or arguably, I guess, historically, like recency bias. If you let he who controls the printed page tell you, they'll tell you that Bo Mac and him is the best thing since sliced bread. He left that camp. He told you that he didn't even respect them enough to go through their camp, and then he told you he was drinking. Everybody gave him a mulligan. He had AI, Mike Vick, the mayor. They were trying to say Shaq was going to come. He blew weight. No concessions for De Los Santos. Samson said he touched him. He wasn't even acting like he was trying to lose it. Then his camp, pussyfied ass camp, gonna come out and say, oh, well, he could have made the weight. We ain't never know he couldn't and whatever, and then they get all soft and sensitive whenever somebody bring it up, the fact that they said it. It's like, but they don't have to stand on shit that they say. That's why I'm done talking to all of them. I don't give a fuck about what none of them say. What none of them think. Why? Because they double standard. It's always a do as I say, not as I do when it comes to them. They can talk shit about anybody. They can berate, belittle, grade. They just get up here, put everybody on the scale, judge their performance, all that. The minute somebody say something that might be true about them, they get to acting like pussy clots. But that was the great Keyshawn. Guess what? My young guy, who's going to eventually take over if he stay on this path, Abdullah Mason, he had to save the day. He had to put the event on his shoulder. He got disrespected the day before with all that pump faking, knowing you a big boy. This man talking about going to 147 now, one fight at 40, and he was talking shit to Abdullah Mason. But y'all be mad at me when I be calling him Clout Sean. Y'all be mad at me when I point out the fact that every fight he had leading up until the motherfucking the time when he got the title, even down when he fought Gustavo Lemos, he was saying tank. And I told people that I rock with wouldn't even bet me because I said when he win that belt, I bet you he won't say light-skinned name. He won that belt and guess what he said? There's 2 other fighters out there. They know who they are. He didn't say Tank name. Pussy clot. Always lying, always been, and now he's using religion. It's either that or the race card or colorism. But guess what? He did what he needed to do, but guess what he also said? He said he's gonna go up and see Devin Haney. Well, guess what? All these guys, I was so patient. I thought Devin was done, but Devin proved me wrong. He made me eat crow with that Brian Norman. I had to back up off of him. I ain't no hater. I never saw him going to accept the fight, follow through with the fight, drop Brian Norman, make him put his hands in his pocket. I'm off right now. I can't really knock him except for the shit that he did outside the ring. I can't knock him up for that. So I gave Devin, hey, I'm not a hater for real. But I'm looking at the moves and I'm like, okay, well, you supposed to be the leader of the new school, Mr. Devin. And money ain't a thing like Jermaine Dupri, Mr. Devin. And you the A-side. And then you got Wily Kid and Wily Cat. Ghosts of the Darkness. Them 2 roaming lions. Seeking who they may double team and destroy like Wily Kid and Wily Cat. Batman and Robin. Stop it. Who's in trouble? Who's in trouble, y'all? What are they? Oh, no, y'all gonna let them get out. We're not gonna let them get out. Why? Because if you look in this rectangle right here, they boxed in. Why y'all gonna let them out? Devin's biggest throat coat spraying, tonsil jewelry displaying, knee pad wearing, reach around and extend to heaven, match your pajama ass. Where are you at? He the A-side. Why he ain't sending contracts? Because listen, y'all made it permissible. Y'all made it permissible for Keyshawn and Shakur to say they never going to fight each other. And guess what? They locked in. What y'all gonna put y'all weight on? Y'all gonna put the pressure on Devin and say, hey, you the A-side, you gotta send a contract. So if you don't, and you need work. That's the worst. You need work. You need work right now. That's the worst. You can't find nothing right now. Unless it's a done daughter. They saying Shakur slipped up and said, yeah, Keyshawn gonna be fighting Devin. And I guess Keyshawn heard the word because he went and got baptized because it looking like he gonna go see Black Jesus. And Shakur can walk on water right now. Where y'all gonna put the pressure at? And I'm keeping it right here. I'm not bringing out no outside. I'm not bringing up the fact that you at the row at 40. I'm using your words, the things that y'all said, how y'all ran around and how y'all were acting like, oh, I'm the A-side. Well, right now, you got 3 A-sides. 2, if neither one of these 2, except for Tank, if neither one of these 2 are in the equation out of these 3, then y'all the A-side to everybody else. What are we doing? It's Friday the 13th. Somebody's in trouble. Y'all want to talk about that? Y'all want to talk about that? J-Man. Nobody want to talk. Yeah, I got to. Sean is the weakest link. In my opinion, he still should see Kid or Big Bro. But no. We can't let him out. J-Man, talk to me, J-Man. What do you are you getting your money's worth right now? Is this gonna be worthy of the playback, bro? Like, they locked in. Like, listen. This is what we gotta stop doing. We gotta stop giving these guys a way out. You gotta stop waking up early in the morning and listening to these politicians all morning where they just gonna flip and they gonna flop. They just gonna, no, we gotta keep them boxed in. We gotta keep it right here. It's like, no. We're not gonna let you get off like Keyshawn, because right now we could be talking about Frank Martin. We could be talking about Gary Antoine Russell. We could be talking about Richards and Hitchens. You turned it down. We could be talking about all of that with Devin Haney. We could be talking about, like, damn near any fight you want since you the goddamn A-side except for Tank. We could be talking about Boots. We could be talking about Xander. We could be talking about Josh Kelly. We could be talking about anybody. But it's odd how everybody at 50, like, it's funny how Xander is fooled at 54. But I ain't hear you say nothing about Boots. Then we got Shakur. We letting him run around being able to say, yeah, I want to fight you and you and you. And I'm gonna put a rehydration clause. Y'all remember when what's his name? 2 Chainz? You get a rollie. And then you get a rollie. Shakur can be out here like, hey, I want you at 47 and you get a rehydration. And yeah, Conor Ben, and you get a rehydration. They stuck, y'all. Why? Because listen, y'all condone that bullshit that Shakur did because he didn't put in his paperwork. And y'all condone it. And y'all say, oh yeah, well, fuck their belt and all that. Okay, cool. So you can't go to 35. You stuck at 40 thinking that's how boxing works. And you the champ at 40, Devin the champ at 47, and Keyshawn is number 1 at 40. But y'all allowed it to be so that Shakur won't fight Keyshawn, and Keyshawn got this undying love because he talked me down from the ledge, and he told me to get out the bathtub before the toaster. You know, like, come on, man. Y'all permitted this, and now they stuck. Talk to me, y'all. Where we gonna apply the pressure? We're not gonna go out of bounds. We're not gonna say, oh man, well, money wise, no. Because according to all the power to be, the Boxing Writers Association, the Sean Zattels, the Tim Bradleys, the Andre Wards, we're looking at the 3 best in the game. Because they always say in and around the weight class. In and around the weight class. What we doing? You damn right, J-Man. Let me take a break because I'm not getting a lot of answers. I think a lot of people want to come in here, cook so they can go by and do their other video. I heard somebody say, yeah, and in closing with the housekeeping today, I was like, did you just say housekeeping? That's permissible now. Like, people can straight up take your shit now. Like, people can take your shit, remix your shit, do your shit, and all they gonna look at you like, oh man, you just complaining. All I'm asking is just super chat. Support the channel that originally come up with the stuff, not the people that got the big enough platforms to where they can do the Jay-Z shit. How he vampired J. Cole, how he vampired Chris and Neef. Like, yeah, it's some Jay-Z's out here in the world. That's all they do. They'll vampire the shit out of the new people that come up with any idea, and because they big and they got numbers, they could just regurgitate the shit and everybody gonna believe him. That's what Jay was doing. But we got vampires out here. We got dung beetles out here. J-Man the only one that's talking, man. I wish J-Man would get up here and like, this is an open platform, man. If you want to get up here, because people need to hear this. I'm tired of mainstream media playing with all the fans, manipulating all the fans, because it's this thing. I'm going to tell y'all, it's this thing on YouTube to where you disagree with certain people, they'll blackball you. You disagree with certain people, they're not going to come out and be like, oh yeah, you speaking the truth. They're just going to do the same thing that you say. They're going to repeat the same thing that you say, and then they're going to flip-flop. They're going to play politics. One day they're going to be like, oh, I think Shakur is this and this. The next day, oh, I think Tank is this and this. It's like, that's not fair. Who's playing games? Who's playing games? Like, everybody's playing games online right now. Why? Because, and I understand it. It's just, I've always been the type to where I don't give a fuck if I got to do it all by myself. That just means it's gonna be slow. I don't give a fuck if I got to take the stairs. That just means it might take longer than the elevator. Oh well. I'm putting in that work. Every step, it's that work. I'm not getting no elevator treatment. I'm not saying, oh man, yeah, come on, we up in the sky booth. Like, no, I'm not getting drones flown in. I'm not helicopter landing. No, I'm taking the stairs. What's wrong with that? But we're in a day and time now where it's like a social club on YouTube, because you can't say this because this person come out and they got a strong stance on this. And if you oppose that, then that means that you're against this person and all that. I don't got time for that. The truth is, Shakur moving funny. Everybody letting Devin off the hook. But he's supposed to be the A-side. And now that Keyshawn has found Christ, he can do whatever he wants. When are we going to apply the pressure? And I'm learning from everybody else out here, because when they come down the tank, people have no problem with applying pressure. People have no problem with believing reports that regardless. Because think about it. Keyshawn is actually physically on film punching somebody in the face. I ain't never seen Tank punch a woman in the face. I seen him go in the spot, grab up his lady and say, come on, man, get out of here. But then I also seen Dana White punch his wife in the face. What we talking about? What we talking about? I'm going to lighten the mood up for a little bit. I'm gonna lighten the mood up for a little bit, and I'm gonna ask y'all something, man. I'm gonna ask y'all something, like, because I really want to answer, but I'm gonna ask y'all this. Just to lighten up the mood a little bit, because I don't want y'all to think I'm going in too hard, even though I'm doing body work. It's Friday the 13th, y'all. I'm tired of letting the people, like, if I gotta put a stake in the ground, I don't care if 20 people see this. I don't care if 30 people see this. What can happen is, you know what I can do is, whenever I really blow up, like whenever it gets to where I decide, and I don't even want to, I'm not Icarus, I don't need to touch the sun. I want to stay right in the lane with Lloyd Banks. I'm not trying to be 50 Cent. I don't want it. I'm comfortable with being a Lloyd Banks of this shit. Why? Because I can really walk away from this shit and I'll be okay with this shit. I just can't get away with this shit. I do this because I love it. It's still a passion. If it became like most of these people I see out online who gotta play politics, who gotta like reach around and apologize and oh, no offense, and they can be bipolar where one day they curse you out and talking about your mama and the next day they telling you who's in debt to this, and then they want to be looked at as integral and honorous. I don't want to do none of that. I just want to talk boxing. I want to be able to tell the truth. I want to be able to tell the truth about Boots and not worry about going up to a fight in Philly and people fuck with me for no reason because I tell the truth. I want to be able to tell the truth about Shakur. Go see his fight. Go see whenever he do fight Tank. I want to be able to go see it. No harm, no foul, no problems. But I want to be able to tell the truth without a whole bunch of gang people out online saying, oh, man, well, you know, he's just hating because, and everything but the truth. It's not enough channels out here, y'all. That no matter what, they just gonna lay down the truth. When it come down to these three guys, they have done some things. You got 2 silver medalists, you got a former undisputed 3-division champ, a 4-division champ, a 1-division champ who moved up and stopped somebody. There's accolades all over. These are our young black brothers. There's nothing like, I want them to all get their bread. I want them to all have all their faculties. I want them to all be able to raise their children and go doing all that. But when you keep it boxing, you keep it on topic, and you're not being toxic, people want to play politics. Who's in trouble, y'all? I'm gonna leave y'all with that, but then I want to also ask y'all, man. I'm gonna take a breath. I'm gonna take a breather. I'm gonna let y'all think about this. I'm gonna give y'all a second. I'm gonna ask y'all this question: did Lamont change? Did Lamont Roach go Hollywood? I have my opinions. I want to hear yours. I want to hear somebody click the link. I want to hear somebody open up and speak about boxing freely on a platform where we're not going to mute you. Even if you don't agree, you might have insight. You might got a different perspective. Did Lamont change? Is he Hollywood Roach? Is he? Where y'all at, man? That's a real question, man. I mean, all these people in here, man. We not engaging, man. It's Friday night. If you here with me and you know what I'm saying, if you here with me and you talking boxing, you can't be getting yourself into no trouble. You couldn't possibly do that. That's one thing that helped me. I said, listen, boxing keep me out of trouble. You know why? Because just like anything in life, if you busy doing something positive, you can't be busy somewhere doing something negative. You realize that? If you somewhere being faithful, you can't be somewhere being unfaithful. If you somewhere doing good, you can't be somewhere doing evil. It's simple math. So if you here and you rocking out, it's Friday the 13th, you out of trouble. You just hit, hopefully you ain't doing nothing strange for a little piece of change. You ain't out there putting nothing crazy in your veins. You ain't out here being crazy, deranged. You hear we talking boxing, man. It's open. It's open tonight, man. It's open. That's why hey, listen. You want to get at me, man? I always give this up, but I noticed that people love them home games. You know what I'm saying? People love them home games. And guess what? I used to go away, but then people got mute heavy. Somebody that I used to highly respect, you know what I'm saying? They used to talk that shit, talking about, yeah, man, you gonna mute me, you know? I went on their channel, I gave them an example. That's the first thing they did. They muted me. I said, damn, OG. You supposed to be the example, bro. But it's open. Did Lamont change y'all? Or did y'all even know Lamont? Or y'all was listening to your favorite content creator when it came down to the assessment of Lamont. And because Tank had trolls him, y'all didn't realize that he was really that good. I remember watching the Hector Garcia fight with Lamont Roach, and I said, man, I hope they don't rob this boy. I like Lamont. Lamont is just like somebody from that area. Like Lamont, like Gary, Gary and them, they like the aggressive side. Lamont Roach, it'd be a little of passive aggression, but like Lamont is like the mild-mannered one. Gary, he's like the one that's like, all right, man, don't let it be no confusion as to whether or not you disrespect him or not, because if he feel like you disrespect him, he gonna let you know that, hey, listen, that won't be tolerated. That's just the difference. But they both are just like, they're like two different personalities from the area, so I love them both because I can relate. I'm from the area. So I went from sitting there hoping that they wouldn't rob Lamont Roach because the business of boxing probably didn't want to see that. I went from hoping before they rained out that scorecard and that they actually got it right by counting that knockdown with Hector Garcia. I went from that moment saying, man, I hope they don't rob this boy. I hope they don't pickpocket this boy, to saying, I don't even know if I know Lamont Roach. And I understand it's 15 minutes of fame. I understand that you only get, a split second in the game. You out there trying to like build up the family name and you trying to stack some change. You trying to do some things. I understand. But did he change though? Were there opportunities given to where it was like, okay, because you handled that opportunity like that. And where are you at? Because if I go back to the prior thumbnail and I ask, okay, we were looking at 3 A sides. There's A sides to everybody else except for Tank. It was always these conversations about Shakur and Lamont Roach. It was never no question about Shakur, and they asked him about Tank after the fight. He was like, well, I would want my hand to heal. This is after he fought Pally. Well, I would want my hands to heal. And then he saw what happened with Tank and Roach, and he was like, yeah, I want Roach next. I was like, huh? So I was like, okay, well, maybe Roach should get a chance to, make, whatever. But I started looking at it like everything I seen from Lamont Roach, like, man, it's like this spotlight, you know, because they be saying that money and fame change people. And 50 Cent, to his point, he was like, yeah, he's like, man, if you'd have made a significant amount of money and you haven't changed, then something ain't right. So I do agree that when you become more famous, you become more financially stable, you do change. But I think I've made nice little chunk of change, like from the different things I've been able to do. And the one thing I can say about me is like whether I was like going in the store, like give me that suit, and that suit, give me that cologne, and that cologne. Whether I was doing that or saying, oh, well, hold on, man, if I get these noodles and I get this, no matter what, I didn't change. Why? Because I think I read this in a fortune cookie. It said, whether I abound or am I abased, I will never change. I've learned to be content in whatever state I'm in. So I got that early. Whether I abound or am abased, I've learned to be content in whatever state I'm in. That's why I never change. We could be at the Waldorf Astoria, or we could be at the thrift store. Like it's gonna be the same on me. We could be at Food Line, like we could be online. It's gonna be the same on me. Has Lamont Roach changed? So we ain't getting no feedback on that. We ain't getting no feedback on that. Like we nobody have no input on that. Nobody gonna say whether or not Lamont Roach. Okay. So anybody got any feedback on who's in trouble then? We're just gonna let everybody run them up. We're just gonna let them all just get off the hook. We're just gonna let them be able to say whatever they want. Like we're gonna let them be able to like throw all the rocks. Cause you think about all three of these guys. These three are the top guys in the industry who all had the most to say about Tank. Now that Tank has stepped away for a little while, he's handling whatever. They're in the limelight. These are the three premier guys in United States boxing. They all in the WBO. And from top to bottom, you got Devin, Shakur, and Keyshawn. All lined up. Is there going to be any accountability? We can't forget about our sponsor, man. Our show is sponsored by support the channel, man. And you know, that's who we sponsored by. Salute, Dev.
Hey, what's going on, Bodywork?
What's happening?
Man, you cooking, man. You cooking one up tonight.
I appreciate
Yeah,
you
man.
up here, man. I just, you know, I'm, man. It's like I got so much hope for boxing, and I see all the good, but I'm sitting here looking like, why is not nobody talking about stuff like this? It's like you like, Dad, be honest with me. What are people talking about right now, man?
They talking about them three names you got up there, them three boys you got up there. That's
These
what they
guys?
talking about. Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest with you, Bodywork, I don't really care to see either one of them fight each other. The
No,
drama
them two.
already the drama already is too much. And we haven't even gotten to contracts yet. I just see tweets, hit lists, you know what I'm saying? And
See, you think
so,
like me. That's why you a true 300. I'm past all that, but I'm like, why is made like okay? So aside from them three, but like, okay? With this, I'm gonna ask you this: with this being like next week, we wake up tomorrow, and then we got a week later, like this from tomorrow Saturday when the clock strike 12. From Saturday to Saturday, we getting ready to see this, and then Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios. But what are everybody talking about online? Like, what is the thing that's being pushed right now?
man, I think just from what I see, they recapping that Shakur fight. There's a lot of politics going on with Shakur Stevenson after his win against T.O. I'm hearing a lot about Devin, and I'm hearing a lot about Keyshawn. Haven't heard much about Muratalla, man. I think he put on a great show. I'm surprised people ain't pushing for, him to get in the mix. He said after his fight, he want the winner of T.O. and Shakur. And he showed me a style that he's going to let his hands go. Something I thought T.O. was going to do.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know if I even talked to you after that, but I was just like, we got hosed, man. Like, we got
what?
Pat T.O., man.
Bodywork, everything you said that was going to happen, if T.O. didn't win, it happened. Like, I remember you talking about if T.O., if he goes in there and not letting his fucking hands go, and he's following Shakur around the ring, it's over with. It's exactly what he did. And Shakur didn't even put any combos together. Did you
That's
pick
what
that
I'm
up?
saying.
It was a jab the whole fucking night. I'm like, damn, a jab, bro? Like, you? Hey, I just, you explained it in another live you did. I was listening to it after the fact, but you were talking about how he didn't want to sell out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the champion. You're in New York City, man. This is supposed to be your home crowd. You want to play like 4 or 5 music videos before you step out the ring. I'm like, dog, you go in there and put on that kind of a performance. Hey, man, I definitely that it seems like now in boxing, I'm just not gonna pick fights. I'm just gonna have to let them play out because every big fight recently, it seems like the total opposite is happening.
But no, I'm saying you can do that, but I challenge you to not do that. Why? Because that's the fun in this. It's too many people. Don't let nobody shame you in this. Like because we said it. We said, listen, there's 2 T.O.s. There's a prime T.O. He's a roller coaster. It just depends on which one. Like that's the given. That protects everybody because that's the track record. They're trying to apply this to Ryan, but it's a known fact that when T.O. come to fight, it's gonna be a good night. When he don't, it won't. Like, and that's what it was. Like, listen, if you watch Olympus Has Fallen, if you watch London Has Fallen, like if you watch any of those things, the man was gonna go out no matter what to protect and do, and that's the vibe T.O. He's like, man, listen. He even said, listen, I'm the takeover. What I look like coming in there, and then when you look at it, I'm like, people won't even be real about. Like, it's just like watching the Earl Spence thing, the Earl Spence and Bud. I mean, granted, I don't take away. It was a new rule I created. I said, listen, I'm not gonna give a boxer an excuse if he decides there's something wrong with him and he get in the ring. I'm not gonna give him that excuse. Why? Because that discredits the guy who showed up, trained, did what he needed to do, and whooped your ass. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But what I am gonna do is acknowledge that you didn't look the same. It's different. That's not taking credit away from the winner. But I'm just saying that this guy didn't look the same. That's just a note. It's just like when you record something in history, and it's like, okay, today was raining. Okay, well, on today, he fell flat. On 3 months later, 90 days, he showed up. It's a track record. It's an almanac, right? So when you look at it, when you talking about a champion, when you talking about, because what separates a champion from a contender is that one, most of the time it's the experience. You know what I'm saying? And it comes down to championship rounds. See, T.O. been down this path before to where he got dropped early on a flash knockdown. He knocked down Kambosos and do more damage, but Kambosos gets up, saved by the bell, and then going into the championship rounds, he fell out. Where he didn't show up in the championship round. T.O. show up in the championship rounds, he could have won. He disappeared. He evaporated. So he been through that. So I'm like, okay, well, he put that in his rucksack. He don't want to feel the burn in his side from Kambosos doing that. So now you up against the Avengers. You up against Jay Prince, Eddie Hearn, the media, Chris Mannix, Jim Mora, Tim Bradley, Andre Ward, Bud running up on your father. You up against it. You the Joker. Like, he's coming in. It's water in the ship. The ship is going down. He didn't sell out, bro. This dude, you can literally see. It's just like with the Brian Norman and Devin. Like, after he got hit, like, it took him a while. I do give Brian Norman credit because he came on late. Like, if that was a 15-round fight, the fight might have looked different. But it's not. It was only a 12, so it wasn't the extra rounds that they used to have. It might have looked different because he came on late, but then it was a period for about 6 rounds where he put his hands in his pockets. You're not going to tell me otherwise. I sat there and watched it. Teofimo Lopez got beat because as a southpaw, he sat out there with his front foot out there. Teo had already had bad windshield wipers. And ironically, this is the same thing I'll be saying about Teo and the same thing I say about Gary Antoine. It's something about how they go in and get in. I think Gary has worked on it because we've seen him against El Rayo, even though El Rayo is a southpaw, so it's not really going to come into play. You got to see him against a surgical boxer that's an orthodox before you see that problem arise again and see if he fixed those windshield wipers. But Teo did not fix the windshield wipers. He can't get, because think about it. I said it. I described it. I said, look, it's just like when somebody have their hands up and they got one arm slightly extended. They're not extending it out to where the referee wanted them, but they got it extended enough to where you got to negotiate that. When somebody can do that downstairs and you're constantly thinking of, okay, damn, he got his foot, how I'm going to step in. If you're already thinking about that and you have not fixed how you're properly going to get in, as soon as you try to step around that foot, they're going to hit you with a jab. That's all it was. T.O. didn't make no adjustments. He didn't sell out. He didn't say, well, listen, you got to knock me out. I'm about to lose my title. I'm about to lose my livelihood. He didn't do none of that. And as a champion, that's what we expect. It's the last thing I'm going to say. When Boots fought Imagine Stanionis, I went to that fight. That's the night when Giasov fought. Zaquin Moses fought. It was in Atlantic City. Boots stopped him, I think, in the 6th. I think he didn't come out after the 6th round. When I talked to my father-in-law about it, I said, what you think about that fight? He was like, man, he's like, it was good while, he said it was kind of good while it lasted. He was like, man, I like Boots and blah. He said, the only thing I don't like is the fact that Stanionis didn't come out of the corner. He said, listen, it's different when you don't come out the corner, because back in the day, this is my father-in-law. I'm 45, but this is my father-in-law. He's a little older, a little more mature, and he's a boxing head. He said, I didn't like the fact that Stanionis didn't come out of the corner. He said, what I would have liked was for him to come out the corner, for them to square up, and then Boots start teeing off and do that, his corner throwing a towel, but it doesn't send the right message. And I said, yo, Rika, I agree. It just says a lot. It's like, well, okay, you got your rest, you gonna go out there. If you go outside, because you might dig, you might see, you might reach down in your pantalones like you got some cojones and throw something, do something. Teo ain't do shit. You when I look at his biggest fan, like his knee pad wearing fan who get interviews and do all this, they co-sign his racism and all that. When I see them, they say, oh yeah, he fought uninspired. He didn't do nothing. He didn't sell out. Like he made a business decision. That's what they say. That's what we all see. So that's why I don't get down with the hyperbole when it come down to Shakur Stevenson, because T.O. didn't sell out. He gave it up. That's how I see it, Dev. What you think?
Yeah, man, nah, for sure. And it's crazy because, I had made the comment about I've never seen someone just keep T.O.'s hands in his pocket. So that was a big selling point for me, was like, if at the end of the day, he gonna throw his hands, like you were saying. So to see him not even like try to adjust, and it wasn't anything like you broke it down already. Like if you go watch the first 2 rounds again, after the second round, I'm like, okay, I could kind of see what T.O.'s trying to do. He's gonna have to be a little bit more active. And then Wally Moses told Shakur in his corner, you start dictating the pace, throw your jab. And as soon as Shakur started to press that front foot, this dude had no adjustments. There were plenty of times where I'm like, okay, let your hands go right there.
Yep.
So, man, I don't know where T.O. goes from this, man. Like, this was the fight that was going to avenge. Well, he's already avenged it, in my opinion, but that Gambosa's loss, I thought this would kind of, you broke it down, right? You don't want to go back to that feeling. And I felt like the Josh Taylor fight and the couple fights in between, he built up enough steam, to get another big fight and redeem himself in a way. But just the whole build up, man, the poker face he had, the whole lead up, you're like, yo, this dude look focused. They look like they're going in there with a game plan.
Yeah, he used more energy in the weigh-in with the back flips and the Jabberwockies and all that. It's like, I'm like, where's all the energy? We know you a gym rat. We know you, like, come on, bro. Like, come on. This is Shakur. You gonna really let him show up? Like, you really gonna concede? It's like you playing Madden. Like, back in the day, I used to play Madden. I'm not conceding. You know what I'm saying? That's just a rule. You got to go up by 21, and then I get the ball back, and I don't do nothing. You shut me down. It's game over. But I'm not conceding, bro. I'm not giving you the friendly quit. It was a friendly quit. Like, bro, when you know your fighter, this is like what I saw. I knew, and I took flack from it. I took flack from it when Jamel went up there in Fort Charlo. I said, man, listen, the only chance you got is based on your offense. The fact that you got that overhand right, the fact that your legs are decent, you got power, you got aggression, you go to the body. Like, that's your shot with Canelo. Like, you bigger, stronger. You got to enforce your will. It's not for you to be on a back foot playing defense and using all this lateral movement, hoping that you catch him. That's not your style. So when I saw it, I had to bear the grunt of it. I had to swallow that. I had to eat crow. I said, damn, my man embarrassed me. I know by the numbers. I look at the numbers. Your output wasn't the same. You didn't even go to the body the way you normally go. All my guys go to the body. That's a criteria for him to be one of my guys. You didn't even do that. T.O. didn't do nothing that he's supposed to do. And so now I got trust issues when it comes to T.O. Like now, because you just showed me that, okay, you might be the one to where, all right, like the long con. Like, if I can convince them that I'm in this big fight and this is my comeback, I'm going to get them all riled up. Almost like, I mean, I hate to say this, man. Like, and this is so much respect because I have not done no video on Adrian Brown and his things outside the ring, his conditions. I don't do this. But it gives me the same thing to where it's like, where Adrian get us all revved up and we're like, okay, cool. Hopefully here. And it's like, nah, it's like you just know that people are going to support you because they know who you were and what you were capable of at one point in time. And you're going to cash out on that every time after that. T.O. is not going to get me that. Like, he lost that when he did this stuff, when he was doing and saying the things that he was saying. I let bygones be bygones when I jumped on his ass and everybody was telling me to calm down and relax. I was like, all right, then, don't bring it up later. It's like a child. You got to nip that shit in the bud when it happened. And if not, you can't. It's like a dog. When you're training a dog, a dog piss on the floor on Monday. You can't spank him on Wednesday and expect them to know what the fuck is. That's what I said about T.O. when he was saying that stuff. They said, okay, lay off of him. Don't do that. I said, all right, I don't want to hear nothing about it. If y'all let it go, if Shakur gonna give him a payday, if somebody else gonna give him a payday, and y'all gonna sing his praise and all that other stuff, the race car, all of that, that's out the window. Now I have trust issues. Because now, if it come down to you and Tank, or if it come down to whatever, I don't think I can't believe you're gonna show up. Like, you gotta show me. Now, you at a point in time where now you gotta go all the way through getting another fight with a name and go through the training camp, and actually it gotta come through fruition, and we gotta see you actually sell out before I be like, all right, well, he back to selling out. But now I got trust issues. And that's the last thing you want to do for the sport of boxing, because everything that's going on in the sport of boxing now is what I already said before. I said deep down, I said Shakur was one of my guys. He used to be one of my guys, like second to Tank. That was my guy down there at that division. I like Spence and I like Jamel. But second to Tank, that was my guy, Shakur. I'm not a fan no more. I'm just not a fan no more. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm done. Like, I'm done. Like, you can't lie to me. You can't do all the things that you do, and you're a hypocrite now, and it's like your fan just gonna run. I'm just done. I don't even have time to even try to be at war. I used to defend Shakur like tooth and nail. The same way I defend Tank. I used to be the same way with Shakur as I was with Sabril, as I was with Gary Antoine, as I am with Richards and Hitchens. I used to be the same way defending them, and this, I can't do it no more. And the last thing you needed to do was let the powers that be, let Shakur do that thing, and now you just gave him like carte blanche to do whatever he wants. Like, this dude can do and say whatever he wants, and because of Bud running around like a pit bull threatening people and all this stuff he doing, intimidation and all that, because of the boxing writers and everybody that control the social media, everybody's scared to tell the truth about Shakur. I'm like, he won. Yes, he became a 4-division champ. Yes, I love that image of him, his lady, his daughter with the fur coats and all that. Classic. I love that for him. I love that. But what you did, T.O., was that you just let the power that be win. You let the power that be win, and now you just gave them carte blocks to be able to move in this soft and strategic area that we in, where they don't gotta fight nobody. They don't gotta do nothing. Yeah, they don't. Like, you just let him get to a place to where it's like, now we was already giving him the benefit of the doubt, because I still look back and I'm like, hey, y'all do know he fought Joel Gonzalez for a vacant, right? You do know that he fought his best friend Jamel Herring, turned on the Jamel Herring to the point to where his wife, Jamel Herring's wife, came at Shakur harder than Jamel did. And I understand that, because you fuck with me, my lady gonna fuck you up. Like, she gonna, like, I don't even gotta ask. I'll be like, listen, I gotta calm her down. The same way Jamel Herring wife came at him saying, I don't like this motherfucker. Like, that's when I really knew. I said, man, Shakur is ill, man. Like, that shit he did with Jamel Herring, like, that shit, like, bro, the fact that he had a contract with Jermaine Ortiz, he didn't do it. He had a contract with Navarrete. He didn't do it. And that was before Jermaine Ortiz fought Teofimo Lopez. And who knows what would have happened. Then he blows weight. The same play that Keyshawn tried to do to De La Santos. He blow weight and beat the shit out of Conceição. That wasn't a fair fight by the letter of the law. Yeah, Conceição took the money and did whatever, but that wasn't a fair fight. He gave up his leverage and did that. He got a pass. He got a pass. He got a pass for leaving Top Rank when he had 2 other belts, saying he wanted to be undisputed and not go sign with Tank. And then to come to find out here recently, he had a 5-fight deal. It's like, man, y'all just want us to keep, and now Bug get the coast. And then listen, he get to be on Snack. Like, bro, you ain't never been on Snack. Like, the dude, that other fight that he had a therapeutic use exemption, bro. Like, man, no. I said, no, I'm not a fan, man. I'm not a fan. You win the fight, then you call out Conor Ben and you say I want a rehydration on him and Devin. No, bro, where does it stop? So I'm off, man. I'm asking, man. Like I had two questions. I was like, listen, man, are we gonna hold these? Let's not bring up no other names but these three. Are we gonna keep them boxed in and figure out what's going on with this situation? Because they all in the WBO. This is the number one at 140 contending, but we can't make him fight Shakur because they say they got a bond that can't be broken. They BFFs for life. Shakur is the champion, excuse me. And then one weight class above is Devin at 47. That and the fact that Lamont, he went Hollywood, if you ask me. So that's what's been on your mind though, man.
Yeah, man. Listen, I wanted to ask you, relative to Shakur's skill set, how do you now rank him amongst, the other boxers? Do you think he's a guy that, from what you saw in that fight, do you think he's a guy that hasn't even tapped into his full potential? Because that's what I came out after that fight. I'm like, dude, you just watched this dude with a simple jab. Like, he didn't even unleash the toolbox. So I think Shakur, in the ring, I still think he has more to show. But I'm a little torn because I'm like, man, there's some styles out there that I would like to see him in there with. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you what I think about him. One, when it comes down to the pound for pound, and I can show you what my pound. This is my pound at the end of. Well, this was the end of 2024. I'm gonna pull up my pound for pound. Give me a second to pull up my pound for 2024, and I'll show you. But I believe I had Shakur at number 6, and I had T.O. at number 7. And if you look at my pound for pound, the only thing changed, which Spence was questionable as to whether he should have been on there anyway. He was just one of my guys, and I had him on there because I know how these other guys play. But according to pound for pound, 2 or 3 weight classes, Spence was he came in at 54, dropped down to 47. I had him on there. But I had Shakur at 7, and I had Teofimo at 6. So in my book, Shakur moved to number 5. And I don't put heavyweights on there. So that's all he really did, because he pretty much knocked between him being able to follow through with the game plan and get the win, and T.O. not doing enough to where he dropped out. He dropped out of mine. He dropped out of my pound for pound. Earl, he dropped out too, but he only dropped out because he was technically only really one division, even though I thought that he had pound for pound skills, but that's not how I rate pound for pound. I got a number 5 pound for pound. But to me, Shakur has already reached the ceiling. Shakur, there's nothing else. It's not like because remember Gary Antoine Russell say, listen, man, you only come out with the tools for the job that you need to use. He was like, and if you need to, you pull out more tools to get the job done. Well, he didn't do that against Pollo, and I thought Pollo won that decisively. And Gary Antoine is my guy. I highly respect Pollo. I was saying, listen, man, I was concerned going into the fight. You can go back and look at the videos. The same way I break them all down, I was like, man, I'm concerned because it was that thing where when he getting in, and it's opposite of T.O., but when they going in, and I think he might have fixed it. I was nervous about it. After that, he went against El Rayo, another one of my guys. I like El Rayo, man. I like El Rayo. He was mad.
That was a performance, man. That was a performance by Antoine. He broke him down.
Yeah, he did. He was and so he showed me, okay, cool. You've been working on some stuff. You've been listening to your brother. You've been fast on the trigger. It got a little hairy. Like, if you go back and look at the last 2 rounds, it got a little hairy right at the end. I'm like, well, I don't know if that's the end. I graded him an A. I gave him an A performance for that and what he was able to do on that big stage, right? But what he did was he showed me that if he needs to, he can bring more tools out of the bag and use them. Shakur was like, listen, if this dude gonna keep running into my jab and he keeps stumbling over my front foot and he still want to act goofy. I'm just gonna keep pumping this jab. When you're like Predator material, Highlander material, creme de la creme, you at the top of the mountaintop. You supposed to step on that dude at that point. Like that's what we expect from everybody else. Because let Tank not get a knockout, they're gonna say he lost. Let there not be a knockdown for any of these other guys. Like, man, well, listen, I want him to step on. I want to even the things that we said when we saw that Devin, when he had Brian Norman hurt, to our surprise, when he shot us and dropped him. It was like everybody was pressing, like, man, nah, you supposed to finish him, you supposed to step on him. Once you know that your opponent ain't got nothing, you supposed to step on him. If you a stepper. So it's like, no. I think it's gonna be one of them things where he's so comfortable because much like Devin and Shakur, most of their matches are won when they pick their opponent. Think about it. Because they always say, well, I wouldn't have took this fight if I didn't think I could win. So I mean, they're not gonna take no fight that they don't think they can win. That's the same reason why when you go from the WBC, if you went straight up to the WBC, they'd have led you up that Sabril Matias, Dalton Smith line. It was Sabril Matias, but you didn't want to do that. Why? You never sparred Sabril Matias. You never sparred Sabril Matias. You sparred Tio. You sparred O'Shaquie Foster. But when O'Shaquie Foster in that same WBC where you wanted to go back to, you just can tell the fans flat out, I don't want to fight him. Like, no, I'm just not going to fight him. I'm not going to fight nobody. For what? No, I'm just not going to fight. And that's okay. That's not okay. Why? Because you have experience in there, and there's something saying that you already know something. Because he has a thing to where he don't really fight nobody that he hasn't had no sparring experience with. So I think that it's a liability right now because even when you listen to, and not me, I'm saying, listen, he ain't hurt his hand. I didn't see him. I didn't see no Tank versus Pitbull. I didn't see no Mr. Gary Russell against no Mark Maxeo when it was clear that they hurt their hand and they hurt their shoulder and that they couldn't work the way they normally work, and they still won. You know what I'm saying? Even though Mr. Gary got pickpocketed, that was just a travesty because they wanted to get that belt off of Gary because he was only fighting once a year. That was politics. But Tank, he beat Cruz with one hand. You have other people coming out here saying that Shakur actually hurt his hand. Well, I'm like, well, that's even worse. Because if all you was doing was really throwing a jab, occasional hook off of it, whatever, because most of the time you say, all right, well, throw combinations off the jab. Let your hands go. Ain't nobody pressing Shakur to do that. But everybody else is like, yeah, I wish. And when you look at, even though Richard just stopped Kambosos to the body, I heard somebody say he ain't got no power and he not exciting. I'm like, he just stopped the last guy he was in the ring with a body shot who Devin went 24 rounds with. But he not exciting. He don't punch off the jab. He don't do this. He don't do that. With Shakur, he got away with just doing a jab hook, a step off, a jab hook, maybe a body. Every now and again, it might get up to 3. He wasn't forced to throw no combination. There ain't no expectation for him to do that. They just want him to be able to get in the ring and be able to get out and fence his way to the end, and that's it. Like, I think that he's not going to match himself up against, unless the situation I'm pointing out now, like with this, where they kind of locked in. He ain't going to fight, but he's pigeonholed in there because now I think that he cut an opportunity off. He severed a tie. He burned a bridge. So as it goes down, depending on who's in that WBC and who has the other belts and who's the names or whatever, I think that he's kind of like he's trapped. And it's not going to be until in simple form, it was a year. I'm an Eagles fan, but it was a year when the Ravens would have won. And the Ravens happened to run into the Titans that year. And the Titans had, at that time, that's when the Titans had Derrick Henry. And so it came off like a high from winning that first game. They ran right into the Tennessee Titans. And Derrick Henry was like a buzzsaw. and they had Lamar Jackson throw the ball like 32 times. I'm like, he's not the type that's gonna throw that need to be throwing the ball that much. Y'all had the number one running offense, but they ran into that buzz off. That's what's gonna happen to Shakur. That's what's gonna happen to them all. Like, I think I'm gonna give you an example that's getting ready to happen, Dev, and I want you to think about this. Usyk just allowed himself to drop a belt tonight to not fight Fabio Wardley. So it's like you just ducked a man with a grenade, and now I think it's the WBC ordered him to fight Ajit Kabayel. So you just ducked a man with a grenade, and you might step into a landmine because you wanted to cherry pick somebody like Deontay Wilder. This is what's going to happen, and with these guys and doing this funny shit with the sanctioning bodies and how they're moving and all this, they're going to paint themselves into a corner where they ain't got nowhere to move and nowhere to hide. And the person that they got to fight, it ain't going to really, like, politics can't save you at some point. It's like, yeah, you done used this card, you done used that card, you done did a get out of jail free, you know, you done went to the community chest, you know what I'm saying, you done got a lifeline, and you gonna paint yourself into a situation where it's gonna be somebody that get in the ring with you and they don't give a fuck about you. And they're gonna do you.
Who you think that is? Who you think that is?
It's gonna come down to, like, if it's gonna be Tank, it could be Tank, it could be Gary Antoine, if he get past Hirioka, because that's a very dangerous fight. Very dangerous fight.
Man, nobody, really quick, about Gary, man. Gary has one of the best resumes in boxing. I feel like it's under the radar. This dude fights monsters, man.
Yeah. That's why I said he was the most dangerous, and that's why I thought it was strategic for Shakur to pick Tio in that situation, because think about it. He had the WBC. Tio had the WBO.
Right.
So I was like, is it because he's looked at he's not, Tio was looking at the most tenure, but the most that you can get as far as accolades, but he was never looked at as the most dangerous. The most dangerous was either Sabrero or Gary Antoine. That's why I say when people got that boogeyman moniker, it's best to run towards the smoke, not away from it. Because when somebody else beat him, and then you come by and you try to beat him, you're not gonna get full credit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you should have ran towards Gary Antoine if you really wanted to make a statement, and that's what Gary Antoine said.
It's insane how stacked 40 has been for a while. People are just now getting onto it, but if you paid attention, 140's always been kind of, under the radar. But you knew there was smoke there for a minute. It's just surprising how no one has unified the belts. It's insane the amount of fights that can happen at 40, but no one's unified yet. Who was it? Josh Taylor? He was the last undisputed, right?
Yep.
He was the last unified champion up there, I think, too.
Yep.
So I agree, man. I think, it's a puzzle right now. I feel like with all the movement and weights, like, I haven't seen this much movement in fighters. Like, usually you'd stay at a weight class for a while. Like, these guys are moving up after one fight, and they start at lower divisions. In my mind, I'm like, damn, if Haney can move up to 54 in his next fight, like, what's the time span from 35 to 54? That had to be no more than, I'm going to just say, 4 years. When did he fight Loma? 2023?
You said from 35 to,
to 50. If he goes to 54 in his next fight, he fought Loma. So that's what, 3 years? You go from 35 to 54. That's
because
crazy.
It was a game, and that's why I said this. Like, that's why this comes up, and people don't like it. They be thinking, "Oh man, you just too by the book. You just too by the rules. You just too stringent." No, I'm like, no, because one of the ducks, one of the definitions, and I gave articles, not from this time. I gave my perspective, then I went back and did research, and I came out with a whole segment about how that was one of the ducks. People would move weight classes to avoid. That's why I say the road ain't just. I don't call it the road just because, like, and I stand on. I'll go against anybody to tell me that 154 is hotter or more dangerous than 140. Like, I will eat them alive. This is an open debate for anybody listening on the playback. If you want to debate me on 154 versus 140, I would do it. We can make a prize. We can have a dowry if that's what you need. Like, whatever you need. If you hear this on the playback and you want to challenge me that 154 is more competitive and hotter than 140, holler at me. Because I've been trying to tell everybody that 140 is like any given Sunday. If you make, I can make a match right now, and people are like, what? And I'll be like, yeah, this dude right here that you don't even know, he will stop this dude. And I can tell you that with confidence. Why? Because I've been watching it. It's all about opportunities, bro. That's why, like, look, Dev. When you think about the way that Devin has been permitted to move, and now that he's in the A side, and the fact that there are titles, the dude from Florida, Coach Malachi, he went down and said, who can Devin fight next? I'm like, listen, this is embarrassing. You know why? Because Devin is the A side. If you was like all that and you the second coming of Floyd and all this and all that, imagine Tank coming back right now and saying he can't get a fight. It won't happen, bro. But see, you done burnt so many bridges and you done made so many moves and you're so selective with your opponents that you got it right with the Brian Norman. That's why I'm really not on him like that. Like I did, like, because I'm not a hater. You know what I'm saying? So he got a little grace from me from the Brian Norman. Now I'm sitting back and I'm like, Dev, you know, I could hop on you. I normally be hopping on your ass right now, but I'm going to give you a little bit of time. But the fact that they saying this man can't get a fight, bro. Can't. It's just like people putting Boots and Tank in the same situation. I say with all due respect to Boots, that's disrespectful, bro. It's disrespectful. Imagine Tank coming back right now and saying he can't get a fight. Like, coming back right now, if he say, all right, listen, man, I got my list, me and my management. If you imagine him coming out tomorrow on Valentine's Day and then saying, you know what, shit, it's been 60 days now, I can't find nobody. Imagine that. But Boots can't find nobody. Devin can't find nobody. Devin is saying that Xander is food, and nobody's asking why Devin won't fight Boots. Like, the answers be right in front of our faces. But Boots.
But we know what would happen if that happened.
But he's so busy. He's so busy running after somebody that's tailor-made. Why? Because Virgil Ortiz is tailor-made for Boots, bro. A come forward, flat-footed. Yeah, you got power. Yeah, you go to the body. He's tailor-made. When you listen to Bozy, yeah, man, we like them, man. We study all day. We prepare for them guys. Yeah, but we want to see you against them guys that you're not prepared for. Them guys that might be a little, like, that's why I wanted to see you against Bachran. But Josh Kelly fucked that up. He got all the glory for that boogie, man. Dr. Smith got all the boogie for the Sabril boogie, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, who gonna get the credit for it? Like, Preo got the credit for Gary Antoine, that boogie, man. Devin went and played in the sandbox by Ryan, got his ass waxed, and that loss is off the record. It never happened. We can't unsee it, but that happened, bro.
Hey, real quick, Body. I had a fight party for that card. I think that was the Benavidez card, right? And when Haney was coming out the ring, they showed his record. And my homeboy was like, I thought he lost to Ryan because it showed it undefeated. I was like, yo, I ain't never seen no shit like that in boxing.
Bro,
got his all back from court.
Never, bro.
That's crazy.
Never, bro. Boxing is crazy, bro. Like, that's why I say, man, like, I be feeling alienated because I'm like, hold on, man. Like, I don't really be trying to be extra, and you know I don't be toxic. It just be boxing facts. and then rationale and real live history. But people be acting like I be tripping. I'm like, no, I'm not tripping, bro. It's like y'all trying to be too political. Like y'all don't put no pressure. Y'all love to put pressure. Y'all go all out on certain fighters. Like y'all have different standards for, and like until recently, example, when Richardson Hitchens won, it was instantly all this Gary Antoine. I was like, I want to see it too. I'm just thinking that, hold on, he had T.O. in the ring. T.O., that's T.O. fault, because why? T.O. gave up an opportunity to be able to unify with Richardson Hitchens to allow a guy like Shakur to move up, and he didn't even fight. He didn't even fight Shakur like that, man. Like, that's more embarrassing. At least if you attempted to unify, at least you came to the table with the belt with something to game. You just came up and you let somebody come up and just take your strap without even, he didn't have a strap to give you. But you was in the ring asking the crowd, y'all want to see this? Y'all want to unify? And y'all didn't make that happen. They have the same manager, bro. They got the same manager. How easy would that be? But it's Richardson Hitchens' fault. And now T.O. got egg on his face. You know, that's like, it's not as worse, but that's the same thing like Canelo avoiding David Benavidez, saying that you want 200 M's for him, avoiding David Benavidez, and then letting Bud jump up from 154 to 168. And you damn near put your hands in your pockets, bro. It's like you might well went ahead and fought like at least a danger. Like you fought all the young guys. You fought a Jaime Munguia and the Berlanga. You ain't fight a Alcides Iglesias. You ducked David Morrell. David Morrell was your mandatory for 3 years at 68 with the WBA. You ducked David Benavidez for like I don't know how many years. Nobody talk about that. But if you bring that up, oh, you just disrespectful. It's like, no, I'm telling the truth. This is boxing though. You know, so that's just where we at, man. We in a point in time where they can tell you whatever they want, and then because people be so scared to come out and really say what it really is, it's like they don't want to get on nobody's bad side, so they won't say the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm like, you're not gonna play politics with me. I seen this. It's a major content creator out here. He did this all with the Earl and Bud thing. He flipped and he flopped and he flopped and he flipped. And now he doing the same shit with Shakur and Tank. And I respect him, but I don't respect those things that he do. Why? Because you influence too many people, bro. You got a responsibility. You older than me, bro. And if somebody really want to debate you, like all you gonna do is like, as soon as they hop up there, all you gonna do is mute them. But you know I'll kick your ball over the fence. You know I will. But I'm not gonna give you the advantage to be able to mute me. Send me an invite. I'll come over there and kick your shit. Man, I will flatten the air out your ball, bro. But you don't want to debate, you want to argue. And that's not really what I want to do. I don't want to play. I like boxing. I love boxing, man. And I hope the fans be getting what they want. It's just that when you got people that are influencing because you want to be down and you don't want to say nothing, and you sitting there like with your hand raised, but you really don't want to disagree because then you're going to be ostracized. It's like, that's dumb as hell. Speak your mind. Speak your mind, man. Like, if you don't do that, that's why I always say silence is consent, meaning that if you don't say nothing, you agree. So you agree with how all these guys moving. You agree with how Keyshawn moving and the things that he's saying. How it's like, no, you got Frank Martin right there. You got Gary Antoine right there. You got Richardson Hitchens right there. Why are you going to 47? And then you got Devin saying, hey, he's saying Xander is food. But if you bring up Boots, they're gonna do an about face and put a zip over their lips. I'm like, I don't understand this. But you can fight Earl Spence coming off of a layoff. It's like, no, you're selective with your opponent. Shakur, he can go up to 47 and fight Conor Ben with a rehydration. He can go up to 47 and fight Devin with a rehydration. But the man literally just told us that I'm really a 135er. It's like somebody reaching down and saying, I really don't have my hand in your pocket, but I can feel your middle finger on my nuts. Like, bro, you're not a 35er. Like, you've been telling us, I said this, Dev, I said this a while ago. I said, this dude been telling us for 2 years that he was bigger than T.O. But T.O. been there, how long T.O. been at 40? And you can be with snack. And you can get a therapeutic use exemption. This is boxing, man.
Yeah, it's just almost, think about this, right? If Devin were to move up and fight Xander and somehow beat Xander, let's just say, right? We know he's dropping the belts. He's not going to compete at 54. We know what he's going to drop those belts and go back to 40.
But why did they accept them? So now
and it's this trend. Like, what happened to you going to a weight, getting a couple straps, maybe defend one, and then you move up gradually? Like, these dudes are shooting up crazy. So it's like, this is the competition you were supposed to be in the whole time. You weren't supposed to be fighting them little dudes.
Just like Bud, like, listen, when Mac came, and I hate to say this, man, you know what I'm saying, but like, I don't give a fuck no more. I really don't, because these people, that whole crew, that camp, that clique, that whole region, they really be showing they true colors. Because Mac came out and said, well, yeah, man, he was big, man. He actually should have been fighting there the whole time. This is right before the Canelo Alvarez fight. I'm like, well, this is the point that this is the point that I think went over a lot of people's head when I put this up. This simple graphic right here. Think about this graphic, bro. Bud came in at 2008.
Mm-hmm.
He had from 2008 to 2014. That's 6 years, bro. And he got a lightweight. He got a lightweight title. Errol Spence came in at 2012. He came in originally at 154, and he dropped down like his second or third fight. He dropped down to 147. What's the difference between lightweight and 147? That's 2 divisions. But we got Bud on record saying that I had it because I did content at the time. With Bud saying that he didn't eat for 2 days. Like, listen, this man is on wax saying he didn't eat for 2 days to make weight. But then you want to disrespect somebody like Richardson Hitchens, who come in and been fighting at 140. Gary Antoine been fighting at 140 from the beginning when they first came in. It was at 140 when they first came in and been fighting there the whole time. I said, yeah, it would have looked different. Like, imagine Richardson Hitchens sucking himself down at 135 and getting the same opportunity that Devin Haney got. It'd be totally different. That's why I say it'd only be the opportunity that be the difference with these guys. And some guys are willing to do shit today. To think about Shakur. Robeisy Ramirez was the guy that beat him in the Olympics. 126, 130, 135, 140. How easy is it to get? Like, that's like, listen, Dev. Tank Davis, and Anoya Inoue, they are, and people they're not going to believe me. These guys are the exact same size, bro. Like, they're the exact same height and they have the exact same reach. Now, phenotypes and bone structure and all that, that's different. But listen, the accolades that Inoue he get all the accolades. Why? Because he went from paperclip weight to blah, blah, blah. So he get all the advantage of doing all this. If Tank was just to go down to 126 and fight Ray Ford or somebody like that, if Tank went down, because think about it, he went down there and it would look like a video game what he did to Leo Santa Cruz. That was after going up to 140 and then dropping all the way down to 130 and meeting Cruz in the middle. You see, he put his ass out like a video game. If he went down, because he be weighing in at 133. If he went down to 126, they would say he was cheating, bro. But Terrence Crawford came in at 2008 at WBO lightweight. It was 6 years. He got a WBO lightweight. He went all the way up to fight Canelo Alvarez at 168. And they said, yeah, he been big. He should have been there. And you can't say nothing about that. Because you hate. Because you hate. People don't like the facts. It's a lot of people that could do a lot of these weight games and do all these things, but it's like, man, like, you're only going to shorten your own career. Why? Because it's just like when people be taking steroids and doing all that. It's like, yeah, you get the benefit. Like, yeah, you got all that bicep and you got all this, but like in the long run, like this, you ain't even gonna be able to like make a fist. Like, you're not even gonna be able to eat no porridge. So is it worth it? No. So all it does is like it brings the end to a dramatic end. Like if you almost look at what happened with Earl Spence, the fact that he wanted undisputed so bad that he stayed at 47 and he stayed and he stayed and he stayed and he should have been went up. One indication was he came in at 54 and then dropped down to 47. That's not that bad. The fact is he stayed there the whole time and didn't move up. That's why we had been saying Boots needed to been move up. And then when we were saying it's like, why are you rushing him? And I'm like, okay, well, we ain't gonna rush him no more. And then he won, and they were like, well, he should have been moved up. It's like, well, y'all make up your mind. Y'all be playing politics. So Boots should be at 160 right now. 160, 168. He should be up there with the Yo Enley, Hernandez, at least Carlos Adames, a Lara and all that. But like, they playing weight games. Because why? Because he had the IBF. He didn't move up and fight Bacron. He didn't move up and fight Bacron, but he had the IBF. Why? 10-pound rehydration. So that means you really shouldn't even be at 54. You should be at 160 at a minimum. But you was sparring Canelo. You was sparring Canelo Alvarez. Guess who else was sparring Canelo Alvarez? Yo Enley Hernandez. Weight games, bro. They all playing the weight games. And it's okay because if you do like what Bud do, and Bud was like the exception because he got away with that shit. Like, he got away with that. Like, Bud, like, his timing inside and outside the ring is impeccable. Like, what he's able to do and what he's able to get away with and how he's able to wait and maneuver and all that, that shit need to be studied. All these other guys thinking that they're going to be able to do that, they're not going to be able to do that. Because they're going to get trapped. They're going to get trapped like tonight's thumbnail. Like, they're going to be trapped like this. And ain't nobody going to say nothing. Ain't nobody going to hold their feet to the fire. Ain't nobody going to be like, hey, man, what y'all doing, man? What we doing here? Like, what's going on? Y'all are the leaders of the new school. Y'all all right there. Why y'all trying to make all these weird circus-ass fights? Y'all looking outside of each other. Let's get it. If American boxing is in trouble, we looking for a new heavyweight. We don't know who. Like, they try to say Tank ain't the face of boxing, even though that's a lie. But let's entertain him and say, all right, Tank ain't the face of boxing. Which one of y'all niggas gonna take the motherfucking bull by the horns? Nobody. Cause y'all pussy. That's really why.
And people, like, you know, listen, I think I was in the DR at the time when Tank fought Frank Martin. And the resort I was at, I'm like, damn, I hope they showing the fight. You know, I'm like, they probably not showing that shit out here. They had a whole, like, game room night with a big old TV with the fight on. That's how you know you the man. Everywhere you go, they watching your fights.
Right.
You know, because Tank has a style, a skillful style, if you pay attention to it, that the fans love to see. So we gonna watch Tank regardless. We gonna watch him in his next fight. His next fight gonna be huge because we've been waiting to see him in the ring. And people buy his fights because people go to his fights because that style. They don't want to see you jab the whole fight. They're not going to pay to see that.
I
And I don't
heard
want to
that.
get into all that. You know, I don't want to get into all that. You know, the. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm gonna try to go see a Tank fight, like over a Shakur fight.
I seen it. I was there when he came to the Royal Farms out here. It was like my Father's Day gift. He came to the Royal Farms. I seen him knock out Nunez. I was in the building. I seen it. Little baby came out. You know what I'm saying? That's the night when Gamboa got a stoppage.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, yeah, I was there. But this
Yeah.
is the thing. This is the thing, right? I heard somebody say that Tank. They said that what they say. They said, man, Tank is limited. He ain't for it. They said he only. There's something about styles. I was like, hold on, listen, bro. I was like, do you realize all the different styles? Like, I'm like, people they be like projecting, bro. I'm like, when you look at Shakur and the fighters that he fought, like, look at him, like, because nobody do this. Look at the styles of the fighters that Shakur fought. Now, T.O. was the apex, and we thought, like, we know that T.O. was up and down, but we knew he came with an arsenal, and he get full credit for T.O. You know what I'm saying? It ain't his fault that T.O. didn't do whatever. So that was the most versatile, explosive, athletic fighter he fought. But then look down at the list. Look down at the list of all the guys he fought and he getting credit for. Pally was an electrician. Zepeda, a come forward, flat-footed Mexican fighter who already got beat really by a southpaw in Tevin Farmer. Got dropped and everything. He's just a flat-footed, come forward, high volume, not too much punch, and he had success because had that ropes not been down, he knocked Shakur down. Okay, but you schooled him, you sunned him. It was like a UD. Okay, cool. Jamel Herring, a veteran. This man been in the Marines. He be getting knocked around. He was your best friend. Like, y'all used to spar. Y'all were friends. Y'all was tight. Like, not tight enough for his wife to be mad at you like that. Y'all was that tight. Y'all might not have been BFFs like you and Keyshawn, but y'all was that tight. Y'all trained together. You knew all his ins and outs. Joette Gonzalez, you was dating his sister. I think they was engaged.
I remember that.
They was
Man, remember
engaged.
Top Rank hyping that whole situation up before the fight?
Like,
I'm like,
listen,
can y'all?
they was engaged. So you got a guy that's in there fighting off of emotion. You dating you engaged to his sister. Like, think about that. Who was Joe Gonzalez? We just seen Joette Gonzalez get. I just seen Joette Gonzalez. Figueroa showed me that he can actually box. That's why I said I was questioning Figueroa, because I was like, man, I don't know why Figueroa fight the way he fight. I actually saw him. He can actually box. Like, I don't know why he fight that rock'em sock'em shit. He can actually box. I don't know why he don't do that. And then he came out, he knocked out Nick Ball. But I just seen Figueroa put hands and feet on motherfucking Joette Gonzalez. At the time, you was dating his sister, Yoshino. You got Yoshino. Conceição, you shared the ring with Conceição, but you blew weight, beat the shit out of him. Okay, cool. Aratunian, you never knocked him down. He just came off of a loss to Frank Martin, where Frank Martin knocked him down. You said that Aratunian was running, but I'm like, hold on. When you're evading, you're not running. When he's evading you, you're running. In every round, from like the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, every round coming out, you told Wiley, I'm about to stop this dude. Wiley said, listen, stop playing with this guy. You just seen what they did to Oshaki, because that's the night when Oshaki got pickpocketed by Conceição, and he really won that fight. Look at it. Nakatir, you put your hands in your pockets because he had power. You said Artem hit hard. Pally was a 3-day notice as an electrician coming down off a roof. You would have got credit for Schofield, but he pulled out. Frank Martin ducked. I mean, he ducked in hopes that he was gonna get a tank. He wound up making it right by getting a tank, but I had to still give Frank a duck because everything was signed, sealed, delivered. I thought that would have been one of the best fights we could have got. I wanted to see Shakur up against a Frank Martin. Like, outside of that, Like what
What's
we
crazy is they can still make that fight. Shakur could still make that fight right now. If Frank gets this dub next weekend, which I think he will in impressive fashion, they can revisit that shit. They should revisit it. I'm in the same boat with you. I want to see Keyshawn and Frank. You know,
but they
they had
giving
met
them
up
both
in the
a pass.
hallway that one time. I think there's some, there's some competition there with them too. You know, Frank and Gary Anton, like
All of them, but
140
see,
is
but they
mhm.
giving him a pass, Dev. There's no accountability because he's going to be able to say, "I want the big fight," and I'm like, okay. That's why I keep going back to this. If it's not this, if it's not this, or if it's not this, like what we talking about? Like if it ain't nobody on this one, it ain't nobody on this one, and then when we go over here to this one, if it ain't nobody on here, like what are we talking about? That means you get to get the pick, choose, and refuse. It's the same thing like Devin. It's like, okay, Devin, if it ain't gonna be nobody like this, right? And then you saying that you having a hard time because this is your lane, and the guy on the far left, the guy on the far right is busy. The guy on the far left, Eddie's saying nah. The second guy, Rolly, he's saying nah. Okay, so if it's not that, if
It's
it's
gonna
not
be
these
somebody
guys,
moving up.
if it's not these guys, right? Then you had to send an offer to one of these guys. If it's not that, then I got a wild card of a figure. You and Tiger Johnson, y'all got smoke, right? Like it was real in the battlefield, right? Well, you did a voluntary, ain't no other work out there. Why not give Tiger Johnson a shot? Ain't nobody gonna talk about that. Like, because why? When it comes down to their fighter, it's just like when Tank fans say, "Oh man, why?" Like right now, like why y'all just let everybody call out Tank? Like y'all just want to see him fight everybody, which is cool, but like what makes sense? When Tank fans say that, they say, "Oh man, look." So now when Devin is backed into a corner, and it ain't nobody up there at welterweight, he the A side, so he can send the contract to anybody else, and they saying no. Well, you just had real beef with Tiger Johnson where your father got stomped out. Why not send the contract to him? You got it. You get a voluntary right. You ain't got nothing. You need to stay busy, right? Oh man, why would he fight Tiger? Why would he give him? It's like y'all become politicians, and that's what's wrong with boxing. You feel me?
No, I feel you, man. I feel the fact that you don't know which direction these fighters are going in. To your point about Shakur, I heard something about him going back to 35. I'm hearing a lot. I don't know. You don't know how to judge these guys no more, man. Like you got champions in that division. I think Shakur, he filled out well at 40. Why don't you stay for a couple? Unify.
He's really at 140.
Yeah, this is your division. Unify. If you're
But
gonna jump to 47, it has to be Devin Haney. There's no point in fighting nobody else. So you're either gonna move up and fight Devin, or you're gonna stay at 40, and even the contender at 40. You know what I'm saying?
But they were talking about they said he was jaw jacking on Ryan too. But like how recent was this whole him going back to 35? How recent was that? Was that prior to the TO?
I think he said that. Yeah, he said that before the TO fight. During the build-up, I heard him say that. They was interviewing him. He's saying he dropped the belt and go back down. And I think I heard him say it after the fight too. He said he's not really a 140 pounder. But the whole Conor Ben thing popped off, and you know how it go.
So follow my logic. It's okay for TO, who started at 35, to give you an opportunity for his strap at 40, right? It's okay for Oshaki to give Stephen Fulton a shot at his belt at 130. but it's not okay. And O'Shaquie got to go see Ray Ford, who lost his strap to Nick Ball, who got knocked out by Figueroa. He got to go see Ray Ford before you will even fight him, or you just don't want to fight him, and that's acceptable. But he's your same. He's actually, I think he's taller than you, and his arm reach is longer than you. He just at a lower weight class, but he'll fight you at 35, and you say, no way, Jose, and that's okay. Like, I don't get it, y'all. Like, what are we talking about? Like, when it come down to champions, mano y mano, if you want to go, that's why I'm going to always, that's going to be my instant rebuttal whenever I hear somebody say and talk about Shakur going back to 35. It's like, well, as soon as you do that, O'Shaquie is going to be on your ass like a gerbil, bro. But you get a pass. You get to roll with Bud and Andre Ward and Floyd and all these guys, Tim Bradley, but they're not saying, all right, well, go ahead and fight O'Shaquie. That's legacy. What are we talking about? That's not a big fight. You're not gonna make no money off of fighting O'Shaquie. Are you kidding me? Like, nah, you're gonna get some money.
That's a good fight. That is a good fight.
I think that's why you burnt the bridge with WBC, trying to play it off, because some people say you vacated. Some people say, oh, it's crazy they stripped him. I'm like, okay, well, let's give it back to him. Soon we give it back to him, it's gonna come with O'Shaquie attached to it. Oh, nah, but why he gotta? It's like, okay, well, y'all want to pick and choose, and that's why I say, man, like, nobody can give me answers to these things. That is a duck. Like, when you look at the bottom of this right here, look at this real close. You got Ray Ford on the far left. You got O'Shaquie. Ray Ford is pleading for O'Shaquie. O'Shaquie is looking at Shakur. Keyshawn is looking at Shakur. You got Keyshawn before Richardson Hitchens, but Richardson Hitchens was reaching up for Devin Haney. Yet, when the conversation was between Richardson Hitchens and Keyshawn asked for so much money that, like, the fight couldn't happen. Richardson couldn't get no money. Keyshawn couldn't get no money. And now he wants to bypass Richardson Hitchens and get. That's why I put this up here. It'd be the subtle things. But we get to allow Shakur, who's in the middle, to not fight the other guy in the middle on the other side of him, to not fight the next guy in Richardson Hitchens. No pressure for him and Devin. No pressure for him and O'Shaquie. And Ray Ford is his friend. And his friend got to fight O'Shaquie before he even entertained Shakur. The shit don't make no sense, bro.
Man, when you put the graphic up like that, to see Hitchison as a champion at the division, and Shakur as a new champion, as the guy that was supposed to be fighting Hitchison, you took that fight. That'd be the perfect scrap. Hitchison and Shakur. Like, it only makes sense. Because I don't think they best of friends like that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, why can't Hitchison fight Shakur? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or is it off limits? Are they off limits of fighting each other?
Well, they said that they basically said that they wouldn't fight, but Richardson Hitchens doubled down and said if the money was right, then they would fight. But this is the thing. This is where it get hairy. This is why I always say people default to the fact that it's Richardson Hitchens' fault. It's not his fault, because in that situation, he's not the A side.
So, yeah, for sure.
So
for sure, but they're friends though, you know what I mean?
So the accountability, that's why I say that's the importance of this. Because I say whenever they're negotiating with somebody like each other. So in this situation, I don't know who you would say would be the A side right now between Devin and Shakur. Who would be the A side?
It's a good one. I'd probably say Devin for that 47.
Okay, cool. I will resort to that too. You know what I'm saying? Big dog, undisputed, all the accolades, all that. Shakur will argue that, nah, I'm not. And so he would use that, well, you're not the A side. If you think the same shit he did to Tank. And that would be okay for Shakur. The thing is, when you look at this right here, now that you in this mix, if we would have asked you to fight Richardson Hitchens, everybody gonna point the finger at Richards and Hitchens. They're not gonna say Shakur, but Shakur's the A side. It's just like what they do with the WBA with Gary Antoine when they say, "Oh, he's still ducking Gary Antoine," but I'm like, okay, well, Gary Antoine gotta send that offer because what it look like Richard Hitchens trying to dictate anything to Gary Antoine, but they always downplay Richardson Hitchens. It's like I want to see it that they got some kind of pack. Richardson Hitchens and Shakur. I think Richardson Hitchens on the extended family plan or whatever. The extended.
Yeah,
family.
that's what I'm asking. Like, did they ever agree that they wasn't gonna fight each other? I know Shakur and Keyshawn said that, but what about Hitchison?
Well, they said they wouldn't, but Richardson Hitchens came back and was like, "Man, for the right money, man, we got to do this." And he was playing around, but I think they got an unwritten rule. And this is what I've been trying to say all the time with Shakur and all these friends. Because listen, you try to do the same shit with Abdullah Mason, bro. Abdullah Mason was like, "Nah, bro, I'm not little bro." Like, nah, like, no, it's no friends. Like, I want to fight. No, it's fight. They like fight, friend, or whatever. The three options. Abdullah Mason said fight. He tried to do the same thing with him. It's just everybody that's buying into it. That's why I don't agree with the Andre Wards, the Buzz, the Tim Bradleys. It's like Andre Ward came out and was saying basically he was sizing Roy Jones up, like when they thought that it might be, and he was already looking at strategies to beat him. He would have fought Roy if it would have came down to it. But they condone all this BFF stuff. But the whole thing is, when it boiled down to it, if Shakur was going to fight anybody right here, he the A side to everybody. So the whole Tank treatment is what I be trying to say. At some point, we got to acknowledge that when Tank is that guy, it's all responsibility. Whether the fight get made, whether the contract gets sent, no matter what, it's always on Tank. So we remove Tank from the equation. I've been asking this for a long time. When I remove Tank from the equation and we're looking at these guys one-on-one, it's all on Devin because right now he's the top side, A side. Where is the Tank pressure? All right. Let's set Devin to the side. Let's put it on Shakur. He's the A side. He's the ultimate walk on water. You know what I'm saying? He can do miracles. I mean, he can bring people back from the dead. He can do no wrong right now. He's the A side. Where is the Tank pressure? Because you get to say, "Oh, I'm not gonna fight Keyshawn." "Oh, nah, man, I'm not gonna fight Richardson Hitchens." Okay, so as the A side Shakur, as the A side Devin, like, what are y'all doing? What are we doing? Y'all the A side. Tank is out the picture, remember? Because y'all wanted to put him there, even though he not. Soon as he get back, he get back. But let's just parking lot Tank right now. Y'all got all the Tank pressure. What are we doing? Where's the energy for these guys to have to do anything that they expect the Tank to do? It ain't none. They can do whatever they want, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Why? Because they want to be down, like Brandy. They want to be inside the good old boy crew. Remember, what's his name? Kwame Brown. The go along, get along game. They won't be part of the go along, get along. They don't want to offend nobody. They don't want to say nothing about Shakur and offend Tim Bradley. They don't want to say nothing about Shakur and offend Andre Ward. They don't want to say nothing about Shakur and offend Bud Crawford. They don't want to say nothing about Shakur and offend Clarissa Shields. They don't want to say nothing about Shakur and offend Ray Ford, Wally Moses, Eddie, Jay Prince. You got everything. Where's your A-side muscle at, bro? How you moving, bro? I can name more people that Devin and Shakur won't fight more than the people that they will. I wouldn't lie to you.
Man. Yeah.
I wouldn't lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's just rough.
But that's why I always saw it silly, man, when that whole Tank versus, like, Tank ain't fighting nobody because he didn't fight Devin. I remember all that. Or he ain't fighting nobody because he ain't fighting Shakur. And I always thought to myself, but what are you saying? I don't clearly see those guys being a challenge for him. You know what I'm saying? I never thought that they were rivals. I just never did. It wasn't like a Bud Spence where it was nothing but you both left. Right? You both cleared the division dry. I never saw Tank and Devin. You know, I saw more Tank and Shakur than like when Tank and Devin's names were being brought up together. But I never understood because I'm like, I don't see Devin as a rival. He hasn't really proven himself to be a rival to Tank.
But
You know, I thought the Loma fight back then would have been, you know, I was very interested in that fight
yeah,
because Tank had them skills, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he
yeah,
had skills.
it was either Tank. It was really, to be honest, it was really Tank and Loma or Tank and T.O.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
35,
Yeah.
Tank and T.O. at the Bob Arum even spoke on it. That was like the first one. Like, look, I got videos going back. This is how far I go back. I got videos where I'm actually playing Bob Arum, stating that T.O. and Tank would have been pay-per-view. Like,
I remember him saying that. I remember him saying that.
That's how Bob saw it. Because think about it. T.O. with his power at 35 and with what Tank was doing at 35, that's blockbuster must-see TV. It's just that when T.O. moved to 40, it looked like his power didn't, you know, carry along. And then I always said, and this is why I'm so unbiased. I always said, listen, I'm a Tank ride or die. Like he brought me back. Him and Earl Spence brought me back to boxing. But I always say this. This is the only thing I always say. Listen, Tank, I know you were that guy at 35. Where you're going to go wrong and where people are going to look at you wrong is that all these other people came in and came out of 35, and they got, like, Devin came in, T.O., he did his thing, Loma, all these guys in your division, they did their thing. So the history books, when they go back and look at it, they're going to leave you out, even though if it ain't nobody around to speak on what actually happened by history books, they're going to look at it and say, oh, well, hold on, how was he the man when this guy did this and this guy did this and this guy did this and this guy did this in your division? They're not going to look at it because the powers that be who control the narrative, they're not going to put the fine print in there. Like, these guys were all on top rank. That's one of the things. All of the belts was on top rank. Like, when you look at it, that's one thing that the history books are not going to show. So when you look at T.O., when you look at Devin, when you look at Loma, all of the belts is over there on top rank. It's not going to stay there. Oh, yeah, you was the lone wolf over there on PBC. But they're quick to point that out when it comes down to Earl, when he was on PBC, versus Bud being the Lone Ranger on top rank. They always highlight that. But Tank never get the benefit of the doubt when it comes down. The history book's not going to show that. So at some point, if you just go and spark one of these guys, it was one point in time when Tank didn't have a fight and T.O. was trying to find his way. I was like, man, Tank, get him now. I was saying, Tank, get him now. Like, it ain't, but, you know, the powers that be running, and, you know, a lot of the times, like, when most people are being developed, like when Devin was being developed, and T.O. was being developed, and Shakur was being developed, and even Keyshawn, when he was coming out saying, oh, man, I only got 6 fights, man, holler at me, because he was being developed. Jerry Anderson, when he was being developed. Tank never get the credit for being under Mayweather, because they act like Tank was always at an ability, you know, an advantage to be able to call the shots. He just got to the point to where he was able to call the shots. I think, like, if my memory serves me correct, and if I have it dialed in, it wasn't until that whole Hector Garcia and then Ryan Garcia and then Frank Martin, like the Hector Garcia, Ryan Garcia, that was like the first time when Tank was finally free. Anything before that, he was up under the tutelage of everybody else who managed their fighters. So, like, yeah, they can say whatever and do whatever, and Tank was just honest saying, listen, I ain't never going there and ask for none of these guys. I was fighting whoever they fight before me. These other guys were acting like, oh yeah, I could fight this and this and that. They was calling out Tank and saying this, knowing they was they was under other management. Tank just got free. When he got free, everybody tucked their tails and ran. Because when it came down to it, he offered to fight to Loma. Loma was like, nah, I'm taking family time. He offered to fight to Shakur. Shakur was like, I want a multi-fight deal. He was like, all right, well, shit, but damn, what I got to do? I'm going to fight Lamont Roach. Everybody had a hissy fit. And Tank was telling everybody, like, man, this dude decent. We got history, blah, blah, blah. But, nah, they would rather not watch him fight than watch him fight. Then the fight happened, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, Tank gotta do the rematch. It's like, well, no, you gotta give some accountability to the fact that, and now that we realize that Shakur, and it's been confirmed that Shakur had a 5-fight deal, that goes in line with exactly what was said before. How it was going to be a one and done with Tank. And he didn't want that. He wanted a multi-fight deal. Just to learn that he had a 5-fight deal with Matchroom. And if you look at it, he booked in, well, not booked in, he came back around to fight Tio, who was already at Top Rank when he left Top Rank. And it was supposed to be a 6-fight, $18 million deal. Plus, depending on who the dance partner was, or if they were doing pay-per-view. So it was like you went all around the world to go get a Joe Cordina that didn't happen. A Williams Zepeda, who's with Golden Boy. And then you got a Josh Pally instead of a Kid Austin, just to fight Teofimo Lopez, who was with Top Rank all along. Well, what did you do? I'm gonna tell you what you did. You ducked Raymond Montaya. You ducked Jermaine Ortiz. You ducked Navarrete and 2 voluntaries. Possibly a rematch with De Los Santos and a fight with Tank. That's what you ducked. Why? Because Bob Arum said he would have put Loma against Tank. He would have put T.O. versus Tank or Shakur versus Tank. Them guys didn't want it. And they played that whole Tank was on the other side, just like Bud played that whole shit about Earl being on the other side, even though all the belts that Earl needed was on that side. And he said, I'm going to clean up my side of the street and then come for you. And what happened? He cleaned up his side of the street, and then he was the only one left out there. And then Bud went and took a David Avenesian and left him at the altar and started doing all this crazy shit. But the media, because Al ain't like Eddie Hearn or even a Bob, you know what I'm saying, not too long ago, where they'll come on and talk. Al just don't talk. The media ran ham. But that's what actually really happened. And it's Groundhog's Day. Why? Because we seeing Shakur run the same playbook that Bud ran, a little bit of the playbook that Devin ran, and Keyshawn doing the same thing where they say Tank, 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 Tank. Like just like now, you still seeing all of the videos. They'll come out and tell you, oh man, Tank is done and he's out of boxing. But then as soon as they get one of their boxers on there, they're asking about Tank. Well, if he's done, stop talking about him. Sell yourself without him. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't believe that shit that they be saying.
And that's why Tank don't want to fight him. I don't think Tank don't want to fight him because he's scared of him or, he feels like they can beat him. He just don't want to entertain them inside and out the ring, especially inside, because Shakur said he'll win by any means. He'd make that shit boring. You know what I'm saying? He won't throw his hands in that fight.
Well,
he lined it up with them too.
I think at a point it was like that to where Shakur allowed himself to say, look, I'm not going to take that fight because I believe I'm worth more. And then you get some turkey money, which is like Monopoly money. It's like, you getting that money and you can feel like, oh, yeah, I won and I got all this money, but that's not really what. I don't like talking about somebody's worth and all that, but you know what I'm saying, as far as like what you generate versus what they giving you and all that, you negotiate. But like, we know that the deal that Tank had, like, I have never heard, like, find somebody that said that they fought Tank and they're complaining about the money. We damn near had to go put out the APB on Frank after that fight, and he got knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like, think about anybody over there at the PBC, like, they be gone so much. You be like, Dad, do y'all even care about boxing no more? So it wasn't the money, bro. Like, the media and everybody else behind it to try to convince you that, it was because of the money. But it's like, man, you talking about $6 million plus pay-per-view, and that's like the biggest fight after Earl Spence and Bud. You was gonna get paid, bro. Yeah, like concession stands, like anything, product, merch, all that, you was gonna get whatever on the back end, you know what I'm saying? $6 million plus whatever. Bro, that's betting on yourself. You were saying you were worth more than that, and because I don't even know if Turkey ever gave you that. And you know that was an inflated price. So it's like, y'all don't want to fight. I think Tank will fight him. I just think that, like, Tank ain't going to do, like, it's not going to be like that Earl shit. Like, so we might not ever see it if Shakur keep fully embracing that shit that Bud think he did with Earl. We're never going to see it because Tank is not, like, the people around Tank, they are not going to let him do what Earl did. They are not. I don't care how inactive and whatever. And they're two different fighters. Like, Tank is a multifaceted fighter. Like, we've seen Tank negate a jab. We've seen Tank fight against, like, if you look at Mario Barrios, if you look at Hector Garcia, Frank the Ghost Martin, Mario Barrios, Rolly Romero, Isaac Pitbull Cruz. When you look at all of these different guys, like, he's had to fight different styles. Like, none of these guys have the same style. But that's the narrative. I heard that on the Haney voice today. I said, hold on. If you look at every, like, who do Frank Martin fight like Ryan? Do Ryan fight like Isaac Pitbull Cruz? Do Pitbull Cruz fight like Mario Barrios? And in all these different ways, except for Isaac Pitbull Cruz, you seen Tank with disadvantages. We don't see Shakur with no disadvantages. I think Jamel Herring might have been taller, maybe the longer reach. That's the only time we seen Shakur at disadvantage. Maybe Nakatilian with the reach. We ain't seen him with no physical advantages. When you see Mario Barrios versus Ryan Garcia, you like, shit, Ryan Garcia looking up at Mario Barrios. And then go back and look at Ryan versus Tank, and then look at Ryan versus Mario Barrios. We ain't never seen Shakur with those kind of physical advantages. And to be honest, when it came down to Valdez, Oscar Valdez was getting his head boxed off by Burchell until he landed that uppercut. That was like a fourth quarter motherfucking buzzer beater he hit him with. But he was getting outboxed the whole fight. So we have not seen Shakur fight those different styles. It's just like this. Somebody asked the question. I was watching the Haney voice earlier. And somebody asked what they say? They said when did Bud fight a slick black fighter? And I was like, I was thinking. I said, shit. I can't recall Bud. I can't recall Bud fighting a slick black fighter. Like, can you recall Bud fighting a Frank Martin? Like, I can't recall Bud fighting. Like, so right. But then this to just show you the mind of Bodywork and how I think. Because somebody was making an argument for Boots. So then I got to ask and I said, all right, well, and this is how I view things. So into the mind of Bodywork. I said, when did Boots fight a slick black fighter? So anybody on the outside would be thinking, oh, here you go hating on Boots. But no, I'm having a conversation. Nobody answered me. But I couldn't recall Bud fighting a slick black fighter. Now I know in Omaha or whatever, it's just like people like in Philly. I know Boots fought a slick black fighter. You can't fight a non-slick black fighter coming out of Philly. Just like Tank, when people say before Frank Martin, before anybody else, like before Frank Martin mainly, like people were saying, when did Tank fight a slick black fighter? I'm like, well, listen, coming from Baltimore with a per capita is whatever. Second to DC, like you're gonna have to find a couple, you're gonna have to fight a couple slick black fighters that can crack. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of the area where you're from, where everybody can play football, everybody can play basketball, everybody can run track, everybody can play baseball. Like, you gotta be special in one of them, but everybody can play everything and box and fight and wrestle. So yeah, you came across a slick black fighter coming up, but in the pros, that's when you get hit with the I'm hating. So I said, when did Boots fight? Nobody answered me. And because I always challenge people's mind, they always probably look at me like, oh, here you go hating again. But I'm like, when did Bud fight a slick black fighter? It's crazy to go undisputed. You went 3 times undisputed. at 140, 147, and 168. And I can't recall when you fought a slick black fighter. I'm not a hater. That's an indictment on you. I ask y'all, when did Shakur fight a slick black fighter? When did Shakur fight a Frank Martin? When did Shakur fight a Tank? When did Boots fight a slick black fighter? This is not hate. These are questions. Questions nobody really want to answer, because when you do, you're going to sound like you shitting on Boots. You shitting on Shakur. You shitting on anybody who we can't honestly say for a slick black fighter. But that's where we at. But I ain't gonna talk your head off. You know how I get, Dev, man. I could talk boxing all day. These are just things that be running through my mind, man, and how my mind works. And nobody ever respond. They be like, oh shit, well, he just trying to startle. He just trying to hate. It's just like, no, I want to have a conversation.
Yeah,
and
man.
Nobody really want to have it.
I get the feeling, man. Tank don't want to fight Shakur because I don't think Shakur is gonna bring a fight. Not with a puncher like Tank, and I think Tank is, when Tank fights, he wants to put on a show. And I don't blame him, man. But I understand, like in Tank's position, it's like, yo, like why get in there if you're not gonna fight?
But see, I think it was a window where that was the case. Like when he was saying, man, listen, when he basically said your man's, when he referred to Keyshawn, when he basically said, listen, he's like, man, your man, he said, I fuck around and your man, he basically showing up better because Keyshawn was getting numbers and doing a performance.
Yeah,
like,
that would have been an exciting fight, right?
But I think we've passed that. I think that because of the Jake Paul and the time and the outside, I think now, knowing Tank, because I'm like, contrary to popular belief, I'm probably the biggest Tank fan out here. I don't harp on it. You're not gonna see me putting his face up there and all this, but I think I know Tank better than a lot of these guys. And I've kept it honest and close to the vest. I've been honest about Tank, transparent about Tank and all that. But I believe in my heart of hearts, I think we're past that. I think that the business is like how the business is and all this and all these late moves and how now Shakur got the machine behind him. All he needed was the machine behind him. This is why I keep saying that I think it's going to backfire on Shakur. Why? Because it's just like what I said before when Baltimore was supposed to win and they had Lamar Jackson, the number one running defense, and they run into that buzzsaw. It's like a knuckleball. It's like a curveball. It's like you've been used to doing this so way and you ain't been challenging, everybody been singing your praises, and now you about to ante up and get into here with this guy. Like, this guy is not just a guy who is one-dimensional. Like, because people, to be honest, people try to compare this shit to like Bud versus Spence, and I'm like, I don't know what y'all looking at. Because Roy Jones said the reason why he knew Bud was going to be Earl because he's seen Bud, he had to call his fights and he's seen Bud win in so many different ways. And so to hear him say that he believed that Shakur is going to beat Tank now, I'm like, wow, Roy, you sound like a hypocrite. Because out of both of these guys, I've seen Tank win in way more ways than what I've seen Shakur. Shakur is just he's going to fence. He's not going to sell out. He's not going to make no adjustment. Like, yeah, it's at 26 when he had the height, the reach, more activity, more athleticism. These guys were naturally smaller than him. Like, yeah, he would let his hands go. It's just like with Devin. Devin was doing the same thing. Shakur ain't big as Devin, but the higher he get, or when Shakur got two different styles. He got a style that he fight when somebody is punching, and the style he got when somebody ain't punching. And I always know that he don't let his hands go when somebody punching. Look at anybody. Now I can tell you, hell, he said Valdez hit him to the body. He wanted to shit on himself. I'm like, man, listen, bro. Tank got a longer reach than Shakur. That's the other thing. And he's short, which is an advantage. And he's southpaw. He's not an orthodox like T.O. He's not a negated jab. Shakur already know, bro. I think Tank is at a point to where if I swear, if I had a conversation, I probably bet money that he'll tell me, like, at this point, man, we just gotta get it, man. He ain't gonna be but so much, because now you see where he's at with the machine behind him, and they gassing him off of a jab and front foot placement. He's in his prime. His hands are fragile because it's reports saying that, oh yeah, he hurt his hands. That's the whole reason why Shakur is not doing the same thing that he said was Zepeda, where he said, oh yeah, I've been chasing Zepeda for 3 years. You ain't been chasing Tank for 3 years. You ain't put forward the effort to make the fight with Tank that you did, where you said you got on the phone with Tio and called and made it happen, just mimicking what Bud and Spence did. You ain't do that with Tank. Shakur don't believe most of the shit his fans is out here spewing. So I think Tank will take that shit. I don't know. I think he'll probably be smart to say, listen, man, I'm gonna knock some cobwebs off real quick. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna get either a rematch with Roach or Pitbull, and after that, I'm about to do your ass. Are you ready or not? I think Tank gonna be like, fuck it, we gotta get it, because he already seen how treacherous the game is. That's just my opinion, bro.
I hope that happens, though. I hope that happens. Cause I think Tank, man, when he's on his shit, like in that Roach fight, me and my brother was watching it, and we both were saying, damn, like, if Tank was on his shit, the punches he was hitting Roach with, man, he would have put that boy down. He just didn't have his thump that night.
Yo.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he looked like, I don't know if he did strength training for that fight or what, but
I'm gonna tell you, he had respect for Lamont, man. I'm
okay,
fan.
so he ain't want to do him like that.
No, listen. And I'm gonna do a video on this. I just stopped doing it. Like, if you go back there, I'm gonna ask you, man, please. You ain't gotta comment or like or nothing. Go back. I got a playlist called Boxers to Watch. Go back and look at my Boxers to Watch collection. That's like when I actually was doing I stopped doing it because they started copyrighting me. Like, because I was doing the film. I was like, I had, like, the same way my graphics are. I had, like, when the point I was slowing it down, doing all my graphics and all that on it, and they started copyrighting me. I said, I can't keep doing this where they keep copyrighting me. But listen, everyone that Tank fights, it's just like with the Rolly fight. They got footage of Tank doing this move in the locker room. And then in the Rolly fight, that's the same shit. Like when Rolly came in and he sat him down on the ropes and had him on stilettos, that's the same shot. Well, I'm gonna go back and do it, and hopefully, somebody else probably gonna do it by now, but I'm gonna constantly do it just to prove this point. There's footage of Coach Kenny, because Coach Kenny, Calvin is like his dad, but also his trainer, and then Coach Kenny like the uncle. And Kenny and they be working on some shit and they see it. And Kenny studied the opponent. They had a move that they did and they were working on in the locker room. And that was gonna be the finishing blow to Lamont Roach. And I always say this. You gotta think about it like this. So you got somebody that's a orthodox, right? So when they orthodox and they extend this arm right here, this is the left, right? This is the left. If a southpaw get on this side, if you extend that jab, and then next thing you know, the southpaw shoulder is right here. You know you done fucked up. You fucked up because at that point, the left can come up under here. Boom. The left is up under here. And then the right, over the shoulder where you can't protect yourself. You already, like, all this is unguardable. So from somebody that's a southpaw with their lead hand right here, all this is open. Anything up under here is open. All of that. They got to move to where they showing Tank in the locker room doing this move to where he get up under Frank's jab. He's already on that, so the jab is already extended. He's on the other side of it. He didn't pull the trigger. I want y'all to go back and look at it, bro, because that's why, man, Tank is special, man, because Kenny, the way Coach Kenny is, man, he like a mad scientist, man. He be studying animals, he watch film, he do all that, he be having that game plan, and they tell Tank. That's why they got a small little think tank. Like, that's why they like the dynamic trio, for real, because you put Coach Kenny and Coach Calvin in a tank that's in his right mind in there and with a game plan and strategy. They're gonna come out with it, man. They're like evil geniuses, man. And every fight, pretty much, when you go back and look at it, they've been working on something, and that's pretty much the finishing move that Tank do. They had the finishing move on Roach, and I literally saw it, because I don't think Tank wanted to do him like that. And I don't make excuses, but I tell you that, listen, Tank my favorite fighter. I'll tell you that. I'm telling y'all this. Tank my favorite fighter. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you how it is, because I will tell you this. I thought Lamont run that fight. I said because he was bullshitting around. They didn't know what round it was. And it's like, not that I think Lamont really beat Tank or whatever. I'm like, the same thing like when I saw Bodywork versus Virgil. It's the same thing. Where it's like, I saw Bodywork beat Virgil. Like, did he beat him down? No. Like, in that case, he dropped him twice. In that case, Tank took the knee or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when I say that, listen, I'm like probably the biggest Tank fan out here. I'm not gonna lie. I was pissed off after I saw that fight. I was like, man, what's happening? Tank told that man, like, listen, man, he's like, hold on, you brought Mom Dukes to the thing? And he had so much respect for him that he was like, how you gonna bring your mom? Like, I can't even go at you the way I want to because I respect your mom. You ain't never seen Tank in that environment before. And like, I'll try to tell people right after that. I said, listen, man, the respect he had for Lamont, he don't got for you. And Lamont is an Orthodox and you a Southpaw. It's too many variables for you to take anything away from what you saw with him and Lamont versus what you're gonna see with him and Shakur. First of all, it's gonna be like some fuck you on Shakur. Like, he gonna go in there already upset. And one of the things that really like and I think that's why Lamont had success, because a lot of the times you get Tank pissed off. The earlier you get him pissed off, the more he gonna turn up. So if you can go in there with a smile and manner and you are respectful, it's like walking down on somebody, you know what I'm saying, and then punch him in the face, other than running for him and trying to catch him. It's like, that's how you gotta do Tank. So if I had a game plan, I'd be like, listen, man, I ain't gonna talk too much shit. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna act like this, and in the back of my mind, I'm gonna have the fact that I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna be so respectful and this and this and that. Then when we get in the ring, I'm just gonna put a whole lot of fuck you on all my punches and not respect him and do this. That's what you gotta do. Nobody else is gonna see the same Tank that you saw against Lamont Roach. Why? Because he respected the man. He respected his mother. He pulled, I ain't gonna say he straight up pulled punches, but I don't think his head was in there. I don't think his head was in that fight like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was. And that move that they was doing in the locker room, he had it lined up like 2 or 3 times. And I'm like, why Tank ain't do it? Go back and watch it. Go back and look at Coach. I'm gonna ask y'all, just do your homework, y'all. Don't take my word for it. Go back and look at the Rolly fight, you know what I'm saying, and what they were doing before. And then go look at the Rolly fight, what actually happened and how he stopped him. And then go look at the Roach fight and what they were doing in the locker room, and then go back and watch the fight. And you tell me it wasn't at least 2 or 3 times where you saw that shit lined up and Tank ain't pulled the trigger. That's all I'm gonna ask. Like, if you don't do that, if you don't respect me enough to do that, then you don't argue with me. Not to you, Dad, but to anybody out here listening. I'm a Tank fan. Just like I'm a male fan, just like I'm a Earl Spence fan. So that's what I see, man. But I think Tank will fight Shakur now. I think that the power to beat him, put him into a corner, he missed a couple bags. Okay, now Shakur got, because everybody's saying it now, he done did his media and all that. And I think that's all they were really saying. Like, basically, if I had to be a fly on the wall and say, I'm thinking that the way they were coming at it, like, listen, if you want more than that, then you have to show that you got to do more than that. Now that the power to beat him, put the machine behind him, and now everybody's singing is going praises, and now he's like, who can beat Shakur and all this? It's like, yeah, I think Tank is like, okay, all right, cool. Now it's time. I think Tank could do it. I think it'll be worth it. I think Shakur ducked that fight. Wanting too much. Wanting more than what he's worth. And if you can get more than what somebody say you worth, then okay, cool. But we know that shit that Turkey doing is inflated. It's not going to last long. It can't sustain itself.
So in that sense, I see what you mean by the when you compare it to Bud and Spence from the dollar. I could see exactly that playing out with this. Now, what weight would they do it at? Would they do it at? You think Tank will go up to 40 and fight him, or the catch weight?
I mean, I would hope Tank would do it at 40. I would hope Tank would do it at 40. I think he's more dangerous. And the thing is, like, I don't even think, like, I would hope, and this is like as a diehard Tank fan, it's not to give Shakur an advantage, because I don't think Shakur has an advantage at 40. That's the irony. I don't think Shakur has an advantage at 40, but this is to be so that nobody, so that the media, so that the press, so that nobody, like, my whole thing is that I would hope that Tank will go ahead and say at 40. Not like he's like bending to somebody else's will and doing all this, just to eliminate all the excuses. Like, to do it the same way Bud like eliminated all that bullshit with Canelo, where he jumped up there and he didn't do no. That's why I say Shakur ain't Bud. That's the other thing. Shakur ain't Bud. Bud ain't had no catch weight and all that. He went from 47 to 54, jumped up to 68. There was no rehydration. There was no. Man, he said skills pay the bill. So I would hope that, because I think it's an advantage for Tank to be at 40. I've been saying Tank being at 40 is an advantage, bro. That's why I think Frank Martin is probably the scariest guy. And he's the one that made me the most nervous as far as a rematch. If you ask him to rematch Rolly, rematch Ryan, rematch Pitbull, rematch Frank is the scariest one to me. Because for me, it's just like Tyson at heavyweight. Tank's height is an advantage because he knows how to use it. And Shakur ain't been fighting. Tell me the last southpaw he fought. Can't.
Damn, yeah, I'm trying to think.
So it'll be a curveball but Tank been fighting the southpaw. Tank fought Frank Martin as a slick southpaw, athletic, speed, power, angles, all that. He fought Hector Garcia, cerebral, boxer, Olympian. Like, he fought, like, he's been groomed for the southpaw. That's why he wanted Lomachenko. That's why he wanted Shakur. Them niggas knew that they wasn't ready. But they get all the benefit of saying, oh yeah, you ducked me. Lomachenko get all the benefit of saying you ducked me early. And now when I send you something, now you want to go play with family. You want to play Barbie and Ken. Okay. All right, bro. So I would hope that, I think it's an advantage for Tank to do it at 40. Because there's a false sense of confidence for Shakur. He's heavier, moving more weight. Power ain't the same. He's moving, like, it ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's better for Tank. I think it's better because guess what? Just because it's at 40, Tank ain't gotta, Tank can come in whatever he want. That's the weight limit at 40. We seen Mayweather do that too, where it's like, yeah, it's at 40, but if I come in at 135, okay, I'm still fighting you at 140. That's just your weight limit. That might not be what's beneficial to me. You know what I'm saying? So it could be at 40 and Tank can come in at 135 and it's gonna be explosive. Like, he gonna come in there and because of all of this shit, everything that's been going on, all of that, like the same shit that Bud did with Earl, except for Earl wasn't in no condition to fuck with him. And Tank is multifaceted. All due respect to Earl, that's my guy. Earl he's like one-dimensional. Tank ain't one-dimensional. This is not Bud versus Spence. Tank can fight on the back foot. Like, we've seen Tank fight in more ways than we've seen Shakur. Let that sink in. Why everybody singing they glowing praise? We seen Tank on the back foot. Tank having to put pressure. Tank having to negate the jab against a bigger guy. Tank having to play Matador Matador to the Bull. We've seen him where he's had these physical disadvantages. We ain't seen Shakur do that shit.
Man, you talk about a fighter that gets from point A to point B, like Tank. You know what I'm saying? If he gets in there with Shakur, man, it ain't, you know how you brought up the glass shield that T.O. had?
Yeah.
That Gary sometimes shows?
Yeah.
Nah, Tank knows what he's about to throw. He knows when to launch the bombs. And I think I don't know if Shakur's defense they talk about.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. This is why I asked you. When have we seen, because people don't, when they say slick back fight, they be talking about like Keith Thurman, they talk about Frank Martin. Like, Tank is the slick back fighter. I asked y'all, like I said to the public, when did you see Shakur fight a slick black fighter, bro? Like somebody that can weave a punch but be punching with you. They know the exchange. The great ones exchange. It's not gonna be like, all right, you punch, I punch. All right, you do two, all right, I'm ducking two. It's like, no, when you punch, okay, I might get the rhythm, but when you punching, I'm punching. That's why the De Los Santos fight was so close. And I still don't agree with the decision on that. Like, yeah, okay, so I'm now thinking about it. Okay, De Los Santos might have been a slick black fighter. But what did we see in that? That's the only one. I'll give him credit. Okay, he got past De Los Santos, but he set a record for that. So he ain't fought nobody that's gonna be weaving the punch, but then also like what he did to Leo Santa Cruz or what he did to That's the sauce. You're gonna be trying to get your shit off thinking, oh, you overconfident, and you just gonna be flicking that jab, and he gonna be like, okay, this is where his head at after he like the back straight out. Okay, so when he threw that, okay, so he gonna be right, by the time he bring that back, he gonna be right there. So as soon as he gonna throw that, Tank is already gonna be getting in position to get down and throw that shit right where he gonna be. He gonna run around it. I mean, that's one scenario. Unless he fight real flighty and be moving around like he did with De Los Santos, but Tank know how to cut the ring off. So, like, it's a false sense of confidence. Like, I don't care what way. It could be it. I mean, if Tank decide he gonna do it, and it could be it whatever way. Like, I hope not. This is what I'm hoping. I hope this shit don't get caught up when Tank wanted to do it at 35, and people letting Shakur get away with not doing it at 35. If that's the deal breaker, you know why? Because we got to go back and play the track to where Shakur is actually saying, I'll go to 47 and I'll fight this guy at a weight class and that guy at a weight class, but I'm really a 135er. So whether it happen at 35 or 40, I hope it fight at 40. I think that's an advantage for Tank. But I hope that's not a deal breaker if Tank be like, nah, man, I'm doing that 35 because you about to try to do what Bud did to Spence, and we not rocking it like that. I run the shit. I'm the guy, and I don't care about all of that, like, per se. I'm not like, oh, I'm so pro A side, and if he say this, I'm just saying that we all know who's that guy, and when somebody don't acquiesce to who's that guy, we already know that they trying to, like, you know what it is. Like, we just saw this shit with Bud and Spence. I don't think that's gonna go down. If it does, we probably not gonna get that fight. I think they gotta both be reasonable. But I think that at some point in time, Shakur gotta kind of concede that, like, yeah, that he is that guy. He's the only guy that everybody asks me about, no matter where I go and who's coming up. He's the only guy that people's asking me about, and you know that he was that guy. You know, so that's about it, man.
Man, I hope they make that fight happen, man. You was talking about the slick black fighter. You got Hitchens, Keyshawn, Devin. I'm not gonna say Gary, but you know what I mean. Somebody that could slip in and get this off. You got 35. You got Abdullah. You know what I'm saying? I like Muratalla. You got Cruz, Tank. So there's a plethora of slick black fighters out there for his next fight. And I'm hearing Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia. Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia, the last two names I heard. So, to your point, man, listen. To your point. Because, I mean, think about all the names I just named. Like,
Yeah,
voice.
man. Like,
you going to have to Ben and Ryan. I think they're going to try and make that kind of Ben fight happen, man. I really think they.
yeah, I'm sensing.
I just got a feeling like
I kind of got a little bit of Lamont Roach. You know what I'm saying? But like, I kind of got a little bit of Lamont Roach. But like, you know, I mean, even though Conor Ben. I mean, you know, you gotta think. When the last time he fought at 47? Technically, I think it was what, Pete Dobson.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a pointless fight. It don't make sense for both fighters.
It's a circus fight. It's a circus fight. Like, because if we're concerned, think about this. If we're concerned with Conor Ben coming from, because technically he's a 54 coming back down to 47, but he went up to 60. If we're concerned with him coming down for 47, right? But we never entertain a Conor Ben in Boots. I'm like, the answers be right there in front of us. Like, Boots needed a major fight, Conor Ben needed or whatever. Like, okay, you didn't already, like, Conor Ben didn't already suffered a loss. He went up to 160. Like, he's supposed to be that guy. They were both gunning for Broner. Why wouldn't you ever match Boots up with Conor Ben? Like, and make them both even more of a star. That was like unfathomable. But you'd rather have Conor Ben sucked back down to 47 after not having fought there, blowing up, coming down, whole fight on a circus fight with Shakur. It don't make no sense. But
none at all, man. None at all.
Think about this though. Remember when Tank was going at it with Conor Ben?
Mm-hmm. They was asking Tank to go up to welterweight.
Exactly. Was there any mention of some catch weight or rehydration?
Nah.
Exactly. And they came out and said that Tank ducked that man because Eddie came out and said, yeah, we offered him $20 million. You see the double standard? Like, we offered.
That's what comes with it, though, man. That's why Tank is the star. That's why boxing moves when Tank moves. And those other guys, if you want that title, man, you're gonna have to move. You can't have all these friends and like I just asked you earlier. Is Hitchens and Shakur friends? Like, could they still fight? Shit, because Hitchens could give Shakur some problems. You talking about a jab? Someone who's light on their feet. I mean, line that up. Y'all look cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think EJ and Charlo could line that up. You know, they friends. Yeah, they talk shit, whatever, but they've competed with each other. That's an example right there. They've been boxing each other since they was what? Coming out of the amateurs?
Yeah.
When they both was under Derek?
Yeah, that's the double standard, though. Because I remember, like, man, people actually wanted Jamel to fight Jamal, bro.
And those are real brothers.
Like, and I was arguing with the same dude, and I respect the dude, man. I do, man. I actually respect this guy. So I don't want this to come off. I just wish that he would change his ways a little bit, man, because he has so much influence. I hate this political thing because you don't realize how many people you influence to think like you. We gotta switch this. I remember when one of these major channels, they were vying for Jamel to fight Earl. For me, those were two of my guys, so I was conflicted, and I said, hold on. All right, cool. All right, I'll be over it. Okay, first of all, Earl was at 47, Mel was at 54. The other elephant in the room was they both was with Derrick James. More people clamored for that fight. I said, how is this gonna work? Because I was looking at it like, okay, I want my fighters to have the familiarity of their coach. They're not like he can't flip-flop rounds and all that. He can't be in this corner, this round, that corner, and that's the conflict of interest. It can't happen. Like, they were stablemate. And they had the same coach. I like, okay, I could see if there was a major channel that actually was putting out material vying for that fight. Think about the timeline. This is what I've been trying to tell everybody to think about this. Think about the timeline of what I'm talking about. It couldn't have been that long ago. Because Earl lost the Bud in 2023. We in 2026. We're talking about 4 years. In a 4 years timeline, they got two guys at lightweight. They're not even in the glamour division. They're not breaking the bank. They're not making money like Tank. They're not filling up. Like, they're not doing nowhere near, like, as far as box office, must-see TV, bringing stars out, like, playback value. They don't have none of that. They're actually drawing a line and saying, listen, like, man, we got to stop. They're not going to fight each other. You got major media getting beside that. Yet, you have people campaigning for twins to fight, Mel and Ma, stablemates to fight who share the same coach. So in a 4 year time frame, this is where we're at. This is a benchmark in boxing, to where you can't ask Shakur to fight Keyshawn. You can't ask Shakur to fight. You can't ask Shakur to fight Richardson Hitchens. This is where we at, y'all. This is a real conversation. That's why I said, man, are we getting comfortable where boxing is going? But then Tank, he has to fight everybody. Devin, he has to fight damn near everybody. But everybody not pushing for it because he's done enough. Like, that's food for thought, man. This is where we at. Like, we can't ask for, and we can't act like he was saying he didn't want to fight O'Shaquie. Like, O'Shaquie gotta go fight Ray Ford. I'm like, how many friends do you get? Okay, you get one, and then you get a possible. So your one is Keyshawn. That's your BFF forever. But then your possible is Richardson Hitchens. There should be nobody else that's off limits that's within reason. But then you either say, I'm not fighting O'Shaquie. That's why I say I can't be a fan no more, man. Tank would never. They never let Tank get away with nothing like that. Tank say one thing wrong, oh man, why would he say that? They did the same thing with Gary Antoine just now when he said Shakur won't fight me, but I might as well go ahead and get in Dalton Smith. They went back and clipped and said, oh man, why he say Dalton Smith? Why? I'm like, man, y'all ain't put no pressure on Shakur. But y'all want to put the pressure on Gary Antoine. And after the fight, y'all didn't do the same thing y'all did with Richard Hitchens saying he got to fight Gary Antoine. Y'all not going to say Richardson Hitchens. Why? Because Shakur was a chess player. He knew that moving up into that division. Like, how do y'all think? This is why I asked. Why do y'all think Keyshawn picked De Los Santos of all people? Number one. Then didn't fight him. He didn't even negotiate. He didn't even say, all right, I'm going to try to lose the weight. I'm going to give you more money. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Like, no, he didn't even try. Be like, nah, I'm going in here overweight. He was about to try to Conceição Shakur versus Conceição, that man. He didn't do that. How did he come up with De Los Santos? With his best friend being Shakur. How did he come up with Jermaine Ortiz when Jermaine Ortiz at one point in time had a signed contract with Shakur's name on it? How did he come up with Jermaine Ortiz? Jermaine Ortiz got tired of waiting and said, man, listen, the Teofimo Lopez offer came up. I had to take it because it's like, listen, I wanted that. He also had a Navarrete. He didn't do that. Navarrete wound up fighting Baranchek. Baranchek wound up winning. And then Keyshawn wound up fighting Gustavo Lemos for the eliminator, having Baranchek wait all that time after the Navarrete fight, and then bring on a Baranchek after all that inactivity. The boy is cold when it comes to chess. Y'all just don't, people, not you there, people just don't pay attention, bro. They don't pay attention, bro. Like these moves being made, I'm like, y'all just let everybody. But if it's somebody else, if it's somebody you don't like, they don't get no pass. They don't get no pass for not paying they fee and not knowing the rules and getting the benefit of the doubt for that. When he say 1 minute he say he vacated, next minute Mauricio Suleiman saying, man, we tried everything in the book to try to work with this dude. We slashed the fee. We did everything. But they get to make these kind of moves. Because that's why I say right now it'd be the perfect time for Tank to get Shakur. You know why? Because right now he feel like he got the machine behind him. If Tank, you know what I'm saying, if for whatever reason this was orchestrated or whatever and he was behind the scenes, genius. If this was just life getting in the way or people just being mischievous and setting you back, man, Tank, I would, man, like losing like what, 20 to 50 mil, 40 mil, like that's not a good thing. But as far as the time and you coming back when this man get the machine behind him, maybe Tank's absence contributed to this ever-present Shakur that we got now, and now the time is right. Either way, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm never gonna give up on the fight. That's the fight that boxing needs. That's the biggest fight. That's the next that's the biggest fight that can be made. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I will probably argue a Boots versus a Devin. You know what I'm saying? If I had to have a close second, or either David Benavidez and Canelo. You know, David Benavidez versus Canelo, Boots versus Devin. Not necessarily Boots versus Virgil. Why? Because Virgil is tailor-made for Boots. Tired of seeing that. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt, the coffee mug, the license plate, all of that. I've seen that. Stan Giannis, Vila, those guys are tailor-made. The biggest fights in boxing right now is David Benavidez versus Canelo, Boots versus Devin, Tank versus Shakur. I would even say Lamont Roach versus Oshaki at 35. You know, I mean.
What about a Shushu Inoue? I've been hearing rumblings about that. Shushu making his way for that fight.
I think at this point, at first, when Shushu was calling out for, you know, Inoue, I thought that it was a little premature. And now is the time, because I think that Inoue is like, man, Inoue can't get hit by Shushu the way he normally get hit.
Man, what? Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that fight.
Now it's ready. Now it's ready. Now it's ready, man.
Because they trying to get Bam. I heard something about Bam and Inoue, and I'm like, that's a lot for Bam to do. I'm not saying Bam don't have the skills, but you know, that's kind of, you know, them little guys. You know, people say, oh, it's just about 2 pounds, but you gotta understand, they're used to having small frames. They're not big guys. Like Shakur and these guys, they're young guys that are just gonna grow big. You can tell. These little guys stay little. It's not so easy for them to just move up like that. That's why typically those smaller weights, they kind of stay around there. You have the exceptions like Pacquiao, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, you're down there. So, yeah, I like the Shushu over the Bam, in my opinion, but I'll take it though.
Well, let me elaborate on that a little bit. And I gotta use full disclosure. I heard my man Bam. The only reason why, because Bam is like one of my favorite fighters. I call him the mechanic in my boxers to watch. I got him above Shakur on my pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? I got him above Shakur on my pound for pound. I got him above Shakur on my pound for pound. So I had to say that 3 times. The only thing is, man, I think he's part of the snack joint, man. So I don't do much material because I try to be consistent. The only thing is, even though I love Bam, his style, his personality, how he is, I seen him in between fights. Man, Bam, if you catch Bam in between fights, he be looking like a foodie, bro. Like Bam is actually big as shit, and then I'm not gonna be no hypocrite, but I'm like, man, I don't know what that snack shit be doing. I don't know. But like if you see Bam in between fights when he chilling, and then you see him when he go to fight, it's a total different. I looked at him one day, I said, man, that's not Bam. I looked, I said, God damn. But he be with that snack shit, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm not gonna be no hypocrite. That's the only reason why you don't see no material, no soul material, just specifically about Bam. But he's one of my favorite fighters, and I try to be consistent with everything I say. I think that it's not gonna be that much of a difference when you go at it, because Bam is big as shit. Like he's naturally big as shit. I think it might be even more. He probably have even more power. He'll have more power if they fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm more concerned with Inoue going up to featherweight and getting punched on by real featherweight, because it's obvious that I don't know if his punch resistance going down or it's being surprised by the speed and the power, because coming from them little paperclip weights and all that, they fast. But shit, them dudes at 26, they fast just as well, but they got some thump and they got more range. Right. I think when he seen what happened with Cardenas and Neary before that, Cardenas was probably a wake-up call. Like when I seen that Cardenas shit, I said, yeah, Bam, I don't think you want to go up to featherweight because like you go up there with a shoo now, who cracking now. Offensive is his best thing, so it'll be of who gets theirs off and who's most disciplined and whatever. But I don't think he can take that shit from. I don't think he's gonna be able to take what Shushu giving, man.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
So, and he's moved up and moved up and moved up. But to be honest, to be clear about what Inoue is, him and Tank are the same size and they have the same exact reach. But it would be unfair. And that's what I even said as a Tank fan. That's how honest I am. I said, man, I don't want to see Tank do that to I don't want to see him do that to Inoue, man. Because he can make the weight, but man, that shit. You talking about seeing somebody's head get knocked off in the stands. And that's just me. Like, you know, most fans would be like, yeah, sign me up and he should do it. I'm like, man, y'all don't want to see that shit. Y'all ain't even like seeing what he did to Leo Santa Cruz. Imagine what he would do if he shrunk down like Dev, like Shakur, like Bud. If he shrunk down and went down the scene anyway, man, y'all be like, man, lock this man up. You know what I'm saying? Because he gonna make the weight. You feel me?
Listen, know, I think that fight would sell. I think that fight would do crazy numbers.
It would.
Tank and Inoue with the markets that they have, that'd be a crazy fight.
You will be,
because Inoue got an engine behind him too.
Yeah, it'll sell. And at one point in time, like I was flirting with it, I said, man, if y'all gonna give this guy all the benefit of the doubt for being able to do that, but y'all won't even get, like, once I saw what he did to Leo Santa Cruz when he went up to 40, fought Mario Barrios, dropped down to 35 and beat Leo Santa Cruz, and people were like, oh man, no, man. When they didn't give him no credit, I started thinking about it. I said, man, y'all don't want to see him do that with Inoue. Because if they gotta meet, y'all, Tank ain't gonna get no credit. He ain't gonna get no credit. I said, but he gonna knock motherfucking Inoue head off. It's gonna sell. So I was buying into it, but I said, man, I got love for Inoue too. You know what I'm saying? I used to do a lot of content. Got a lot of videos about Inoue, a lot of videos about Sabril Matias, but I used to be doing a lot of videos on Inoue, man, and people used to steal my shit, man, and they would get paid and I wouldn't. I'm like, I'm not feeding y'all. I'm talking about thousands of views. I'm talking about, I used to do Inoue stuff, thousands of views, shorts, videos. I was big, and I said, man, I can't keep doing that, man, because I'm just feeding everybody else. And I didn't want to see that, because that's my father-in-law's fighter, Inoue. I was like, man, I don't want to see Tank do that to Inoue, man. But if he move up there and see Shushu, yeah, sign me up. But I think he's at his limit. I think he's about at his limit to where it's going to be, unless the money. I don't know, because I don't know if it's for money. I don't know if it's going to be for legacy. But anyway, at that point to where, because they say as you move up and move up and move up, the further you go, eventually somebody going to, you know, curtail that shit. And I think Shushu at this point in time, Shushu might be that guy that can do
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's a fact, man. That's a fact. And the thing is, like, you was talking about the biggest fights in boxing, right? That's why I respect Benavidez, man. Like, how can you not respect Benavidez and how he move? You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard somebody flirting with that Opataya dude at Cruiser. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude, when he took that David Morrell fight, oh, my fault. That's my dog.
It's all good.
My bad about that. Yeah, when he took that David Morrell fight and did David like that, man, that's the true champion right there. Like, I would love to see him fight Bivol. I think that's a big fight. Shit, he's
Yeah,
about to fight that dude at Cruiser, right? The Mexican. What's his
Zerto,
name? Zerto. He about to do Zerto.
man, he about to beat the shit out
He
of
about to
Zerto.
beat Zerto bad, man. I
Like,
feel the
cause
same way about Mario Barrios, man. Like, he's gotten so many passes, Barrios, as a champion, and I don't understand why. What makes Barrios so special as a fighter? I feel like that with Barrios, like Munguia. You know what I'm saying?
they getting
Like,
slutted out, man. Hey, but
it's
listen,
like, damn.
hey, this breaking. Well, I don't know if it's breaking news. It's not breaking news. But man, guess what? Guess who about to put the Beats by Dre down on Munguia?
Who?
Armando Resendiz.
Ooh.
He
When is
about
that
to
happening?
It's coming up. They just ordered it. I think. Don't quote me. I don't know if it's March or May. But like, yeah, they getting ready. Like, yeah, they just ordered it. So, yeah, because remember, I put up something about that dude Austin Iglesias. How Canelo was like, nah, because he got the IBF. He was like, nah, and then Munguia was like, we got other plans. I'm like, bro, you think Armando Resendiz is sweet? That dude gonna beat the shit out of Jaime Munguia, bro. That dude's gonna put hands and feet on Jaime Munguia, bro. Like, that shit gonna be crazy. But like, you were talking about David. Man, respect for David. David is a throwback fight. And David Morrell, when he fought David, that's the last time I said I'm gonna bet against David. That's the last time I'm gonna bet against David Benavidez. But that's a good thing to do. Like, when your fighter's fighting that thing where you like, I think this dude can get him, and he keep proving you wrong. That's what had to happen. Like, for me, when he did that David Morrell, that's when I said I'm not betting against David Benavidez no more. And somebody got to show me. The only person I think could do it is Bivol, because I fuck with Bivol the long way. Like, I fuck with Bivol. Bivol is Shakur with offense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's gonna let his hands go. Like, he's Shakur with offense. They go back and forth on that plus and minus. Shakur just too defensive, and Bivol is more offensive. But that's the only fight I want to see. I want to see how he do with Bivol. But I'm kind of nervous about the Ja Opataya fight for David. I'm nervous, but I'm not gonna bet against him. I just think he's gonna beat the shit out of Zerto. And the only reason why I say that is because he's talking about taking them straps from Zerto, moving down to fight Bivol, and then moving back up to fight Ja Opataya.
Yeah, that's too much. Yeah, it's just too much right
you know
there.
what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not doubting David, because David is a fighter, bro. David is a fighter, bro. He's a fighter. And he's respectful, he matured. Like, David has grown so much, man. I'm proud of the dude. Like, man, if there was a runner up for the face of boxing, man, like, it'd be David, bro. Like, David, he got all the makers, and he's big enough to kind of represent, like they say, as the heavyweight goes. Like, our heavyweight over here, we ain't. Like, our heavyweight, like, lightweight is David. Like, that's the biggest dude that can kind of represent the way you should move, how you should talk, like how you seek that smoke, how you take on all challenges, how you like carry yourself, what the fuck you do in the ring. David is that guy right now. He got the juice. You know.
Man, so what'd you think about I'm gonna tell you what I thought about it, but when Bud beat Canelo, right? There was some chattering about Benavidez and Bud. You remember that? And in my mind, I'm like, you trying to get Bud killed?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you what they did, bro. Let me tell you what they did, bro. Bro, they were talking about they were like, yeah, like Bud said well beforehand that he wouldn't do it because he's too big and this and that. I'm like, man, come on. Like, he in the weight class. The dude say he can be at 68 because y'all say the same thing for Devin. Y'all be saying, well, if he can make the weight class, I don't see what the big deal is. Well, David can make 168. So, and you gotta defend it or you gotta do something. So, like, you ain't taking on all comers. I'm like, man, that yeah, you went up and beat the king of the hill. But soon, like, man, I'm talking about since he announced his retirement, I've heard more BS about how David was scared. All because, and this is the thing about Bud. This is why, like, I'm not an only fan. I respect what Bud do in the ring, but I don't like him. I don't like the fans. I don't like nobody around him. Because David Benavidez took the high road. He basically like, nah, man, he won. Let him have that. He's the king of 168. I'm moving on. I got my own thing now. I'm at 175. I'm looking at bigger and better fights. They took that and like in typical Bud only fan fashion, they took that and flipped that around. So now the notion is that David is scared of Bud. And they going ham online talking about, yeah, because he don't want to see like even the dude, I think, like, you know how they be changing names like Bud Smoke Canelo or Bud did this, like they changing it to Bud beats Benavidez. I'm like, man, y'all, it's a such thing as a hype squad or groupie. Like, there's nothing short of that because Bud don't believe that. Like, Bud don't believe
His own coach don't believe it. Bomac is an interview. He said, nah, Benavidez, he's too big. His own coach said that in the interview. They asked about Bud moving up. I mean, Bud fighting Benavidez. And Bomac was like, nah, it's way too big.
I got a fact nugget. Let me drop this fact nugget. I'm gonna go back. Like right before Ugas fought Manny Pacquiao, because remember, Manny Pacquiao, Earl was supposed to get Manny Pacquiao. He found out about that retina or whatever, and he tried to go through with the fight. He tried to he went to like 3 different doctors, and like he tried, like they denied him. He went to another one. He was gonna try to fight with one eye, and they was like, nah, you can't do it. So Manny Pacquiao wound up having to fight Ugas. There's an interview out here with Bud, where Bomac was basically saying that Ugas, he was like, nah, he was like, Ugas is good. And there's a history because Ugas beat Bud in the amateurs. That's why I say people pick and choose about this amateur shit. And so as a Errol Spence fan, I say, hold on, y'all keep clowning Earl and talking about his inactivity and all this other stuff. I was like, but he's trying to collect the straps. I like, so right now he done went and got the one off Kell Brook. He done got the one off of Sean Porter. He was getting ready to get the one off of Manny Pacquiao, but because of the eye injury, Ugas did it. There was never no discussion, and guess who said what? Bomac came on and was like, yeah, Ugas, man, Ugas is tough, man. Ugas, he ain't nothing to play with, like, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, so if Bud got the other strap, and Earl got 2 of them, Ugas got 1, Bud got 1. Bomac come on and say it's no way that Bud is fighting Ugas, even though they have a history, and Ugas beat him in the amateurs. Because amateurs matter sometimes, like when it comes down to Gary Antoine beating Richardson Hitchens. But it don't matter like Gary Antoine beating Boots. But it do matter because Ryan and Devin split. But in the fact of Ugas beating Bud, it didn't matter. It wasn't effective. And Bomac got away with saying, oh, no, man, we not that. Yeah, no, we not. They're not looking that way as far as going Ugas. So I'm like, if two parties want undisputed, Earl got 2 belts, Bud got 1, Ugas got 1. Who's going to fight Ugas? So if you take and say that Bud not going to fight Ugas, that means Earl got to go do it. They didn't want to fight him. And it was history. So they're famous for doing that. They just say one thing and then afterwards it's like, oh man, come on, man. You don't think Bud would have watched? Look at what he did to blah, blah, blah. You can't do that. It's a triangle theory, like based on like a real theory, like because we didn't see in action. You can't say that, man. It's just like you can't watch what Shakur did with T.O. and say that he that means something as far as what he gonna be able to do with Tank. It's irrelevant. But there is.
Yeah, I think one of Ugas' best performances, man, was you saw how he was piecing up Sean Porter. Y'all thought Bud pieced up Sean Porter. Did you see how Ugas was piecing up Sean Porter as a champion?
Yeah,
Porter was the WBC champion.
Ugas won that Sean Porter
fight.
He
won that fight. He won that fight.
Because at one point I go back and look at it, I say Sean won, and I go and look at it again, I say Ugas won. But yeah, Ugas won. Like my initial knee-jerk react, like Ugas won that. But they do that. Like nobody would be real about it. I'm like, man, it's not that deep. This is not like they all gladiated. We respect them. We don't look at them none like Manny Pacquiao got face planted and came back, and people still love him. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that. It's just that, okay, they're famous for doing it. They say one thing before, then afterwards they get all the benefit of the doubt. It's just like what Bud doing, what he did to Earl Spence. That don't negate none of that bullshit that happened before that fight. It's just like, even like, I'll give you another example. When Canelo Alvarez beat Caleb Plant. Like he was bullshit like a mother. He's like saying he was doing his undisputed run. He was trying to rake Caleb Plant over the coals. None of that shit Canelo Alvarez was doing was copacetic. But people see what happened and how we stopped them and how Caleb Plant did all this extra. He got hit and then he was kneeling down, and then I ain't never seen so much acting in my goddamn life, but they changed their opinion after the fight. That don't negate all that shenanigans and how Canelo was acting before the fight and how the negotiation went. Canelo was dead wrong before that fight. Even as the A side, it's like, come on, bro. Like, he was trying to do the same thing that that Bud did to Spence in them negotiations. It's like, nah, Canelo, like Caleb is smarter than that. And the way you played the game is like, it don't work like that. But they'll take the results of the fight and then justify everything that happened before the fight. Two different things. It's just like, this is the last thing. It's just like, hypothetically, if we were to see Shakur versus Tank, you know what I'm saying, in 3 months, and we see Shakur just dog Tank, that's not going to stop all the shenanigans and bullshit that we seen, how funny Shakur was moving and all that. That's what I be trying to tell people. It's two different things. We got to judge how the fight went and what happened and all this and all that. Like, just like with the T.O. shit. You can't tell me he wasn't out of pocket for having Bud run up on Senior, like having Jay Prince and out, like all being outnumbered at the press conference and all the like the Bud Avengers and everything that they did with T.O. and like, you can't tell me that all that shit just because of the results, like all that shit was like right and exact. Like, no, it was one-sided as hell. It was like the Joker all by himself versus the Avengers. T.O. just didn't show up in the ring. That's the only, we got to kick him in the ass for that. But like, that don't, this because of how we seen Shakur beat the shit out of, well, he didn't even beat the shit out of him. Out-fence. You know what I'm saying? He kind of bruised him up and out-fenced him. Just because we're seeing him bruise him up and out-fence him, that don't change that it was It was T.O. on one side in the press conference, and then it was Jay Prince, Eddie Hearn, Wally Moses, Shakur. Like it don't negate none of that. It's two different things. The results of the fight versus what happened before the fight. And that happens a lot.
Oh, that's a fact, man. That's a fact. I don't even know where to pick up on that, man. You done touched on all them topics.
No,
I will
it's
say
good.
this though. I think
I appreciate you coming up here and giving, because sometimes you can sound crazy when you're just talking by yourself and you don't have somebody to kind of bounce things off of. But like, yeah, you asked some good questions, you brought out some good things, and you helped me be able to relate to everybody how I think about boxing. I'm not malicious with this. I like all these young guys. I was one of them guys that was like, when they was like, when the D Hive was all on Shakur, it was all on his ass. Like, I was one saying, nah, man, back up off Shakur, man. Like, he doing his thing, you know, he blah blah blah. I was in the gap for him. Even when he won and he proposed to his lady, that's in my videos. When they were trying to roast him for saying that he was part Puerto Rican, I was defending them when they would say, oh no, we give him, they try to do that Dave Chappelle shit when they was like, the black delegation want to trade Justin Timberlake for Shakur Stevens. Like, I was in the gap for him. I just watched enough moves to where it's like, you're not gonna do me like that. You're not gonna do me like the way Bud do his OnlyFans and all that. You're not gonna do me like that. I'm just at that point to where I've seen enough. It's like Groundhog's Day. We just seen this whole entire play. And it really come down to boxing. People don't want to keep it boxing. They want to use politics. They want to use socialism, social media, damn near nepotism. When you look at it, like, when you look at the boxing royal family from Andre Ward to Clarissa to like Bud to Tim Bradley, it's like, man, y'all don't give everybody a fair shake. You know, I looked at my last thing I'm gonna say, Dev, is this. I listened to just a sliver of what Tim Bradley said. And I'm like, bro, for you to be a Hall of Famer, for you to have worked with as many people that you worked over there with at Top Rank, and for you to take the initial stance and be the front runner, it's like, you ever realize how, like, even these people that, even though Top Rank, like, they got their fighters and they fighting, you ever notice how it look like it's still like a code for everybody that's associated with Top Rank, to where if they like you, they not gonna say nothing or whatever. And then, like, look at the publicity. Look at the publicity that the PBC fighters are getting right now. Like, think about it. It's Mario Barrios, who's a PBC fighter, defending against Ryan. Yeah, you see a little bit of Ring Magazine. Yeah, you see these little channels like the Fight Hypes and all that doing that. But, like, where's the promotion? Where's, like, Tim Bradley? Where's Andre Ward? Like, it's an unwritten rule that they can't promote nobody that's with the PBC. But even the guys that's on Top Rank, like a Jahad Tucker, like old Shockey Foster, like, it's just Shakur, it's just Keyshawn. It's like, y'all just gonna go above and beyond and get them on the show and give them publicity. But anybody else that come out, like a Richard Hitchens, the first thing that come out is negative. Oh, he better not do this. He better not. Just follow along. Don't take my word. Just look at what's going on. Like, use your mind. You ain't even got to be vocal. Just make a mental note and say, you know what, man, that dude Body, man, he be making me think about some shit. Like, damn, that shit makes some sense. And you'll be better off. And that's just what I see, man. But that's all I had, man. I appreciate you jumping up here, Dad, man. What you want to lead the people with, man?
Man, we got a good card next week. You know, I'm liking these cards, man. It seems like the cards are becoming more stacked. And I think 140 is gonna, I think after next weekend, we're gonna really see who lines some shit up at 140. I think that we're gonna see a big unification fight. from the
Mhm.
results of next weekend.
Yes, sir.
And I think people are gonna put some pressure on Shakur, right? I think they're gonna be some call outs because who fights? It's Frank, Gary, then Hitchison. So I think some call outs are gonna take place. Um,
Yep.
yeah, I'm looking at the picture, man. Yeah, so I'm excited for next weekend. I'm just not high on the Ryan and Barrios, man. I'm not buying into what they're trying to sell me. I'm really not. Could be a good fight, but the stakes of the fight, like, do I trust Ryan to, you know, do something as a champion? He got to show me. Barrios, he's been a champion for how long? There was a point I forgot he was even a champion at 47. I ain't gonna hold you.
Mhm.
Like, so the draw, coming off a draw with Manny Pacquiao, I'm just like, come on, man. But I'm excited for the undercard. And just overall with boxing, man, we were talking about not old school welterweights, but like Spence, Bud, Thurman, Garcia, like
Mhm.
Porter in their heydays. Hell, even when Brooke was down there doing some damage.
Mhm.
Josecito Lopez, like I remember that. Even Manny Pacquiao when he had moved up.
Yeah.
Everybody fought each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they stayed there. All
Yeah.
them guys could have moved up to 54. They
Mhm.
stayed there. And it just, that element of boxing, I feel like it's just because they're starting off at weight classes they have no business in, you're kind of cutting yourself short. You want to be the big money man. You got to go where the fights are. Go to your proper weight.
Yeah.
We could have that same welterweight run if these guys were all at welterweight where they should be. All these guys should be at 47. I'm glad Devin and them guys realized, hey, listen, let's just move up to welterweight. Let's not even waste our time. They all should be there right now.
Yeah.
Flirting between 47 and 54. The guys we talking about, right? So,
Yeah.
hey man, I appreciate you having me up here.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you welcome, bro. Anytime, man. Anytime I put the link, and I be sending the link out to you, and you have it. I'm pretty sure you get it, but that's just if you have time. I just be letting you know in case the notification, because they get funny with the notification. This is the only thing I want to ask you. I had a little jokey joke though on my page, and I put I should pull it, but I asked this question. I said, why don't people call Mario Barrios Drawmont Barrios? So they be calling Lamont Roach Drawmont Roach. Why don't they call Mario Barrios Drawmont Barrios? What would you say?
Man, they need to call him something, man, because this motherfucker here, to me, Lamont shows more promise than Barrios, man. I just seen Barrios with Ugas. I see when he fought what's his name, man? What's the Spanish dude he fought?
Abel Ramos.
Ramos. I saw the Ramos fight, the Pacquiao shit, the Tank shit, like dog, the Thurman shit. It's just
He looked
I'm
good
just
against
not.
Ugas. That's the only one.
Yeah, the Ugas looked like shit in that fight. At
Yeah.
that point, you saw Ugas like, okay, that shit, it's time. It's time for you to hang it up.
And look, people don't think that Earl damaged like because Ugas got Earl, but Earl damaged the shit. Earl like it looked
Oh
like
yeah,
Ugas.
I was at that. I was at that Earl
Really?
and Ugas fight. Yeah. I'm in Houston, so I've been
Okay.
to a couple of Spencer's fights. And you was talking about the Bud, man. Listen, that Spence and Bud fight would have taken place that summer. The Ugas fight was in April. That fight would have taken place summertime, guaranteed, if Crawford Price showed up to that fight and got in the ring with him. That's because everybody was waiting.
Mm-hmm.
After the fight was over, like no one left because we was all like, okay, what's next? And it would have like put so all that money talk, that shit would have blew up even bigger.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason why it took another 2 years almost for that
Yeah.
shit to happen. Like that, and I'm just hoping that doesn't happen with some of the fighters we talking about, man. But like the Boots and Virgil Ortiz, I don't blame either guy. You know what I'm saying? When I'm looking at everything, I know those guys want to fight. They sold us the fight.
Mm-hmm.
They did their part. You saw the energy. You know what I'm saying? You saw the competitive spirit in both them guys when they faced off. Like, it's now up to the suits to make that shit. But it's a fight that could easily be made. And I think that's the frustrating part. That's an easy, all the fights being made, how come they can't make that fight happen?
Nobody want to budge.
And they both got the markets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like nobody
You can sell
wanna
that
budge.
shit easy.
Yeah, nobody want to budge, man. Like it's that's just add water. I'm like, what are we waiting for? But you know what they say? They say when two fighters want to fight, the fight get made. And I've been saying here recently, look at this card we're getting ready to get with Mario Barrios and them. Like, look at everybody that's on the undercard. Like, we didn't hear about no negotiations in public and it being no standstill. All we know was that the headline was announced, and then, a couple weeks later, maybe a month later, then the undercard was announced. And it was no, like, so when fighters really want to fight and it ain't no bullshit going on, it happens. But the last thing I'm gonna say is the answer to the question is the reason why they don't call Mario Dramont Barrios is because people don't really like Lamont Roach. And that's just a stark reality. I think that I like Lamont Roach. I think a lot of people appreciate it, but it was a lot of fake ass Lamont Roach fans because they saw that draw with Tank to where they jumped on. But they'll call Lamont Dramont Roach for getting a draw with Tank and Pitbull. But they're not calling Mario Barrios, who is the champion, getting a draw with Abel Ramos and the old ass Manny Pacquiao. Let that sink in, man. It's just something to make you think about how the perspective of boxing is, man. So I just want to leave you with that. Just a little trivia, you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you coming on, Dev, man. You got good boxing energy, bro. So we got a week left, and we get to see these fights, man. So hopefully you be safe, man. And we're gonna do a couple episodes because I still gotta break down the Hitchens versus Duarte, and I gotta do a segment on Nair Albright and the GOATs, Frank Martin. Yeah. So those are coming up.
Yeah, that's going to end that Gary Russell Hiroka, man. That shit right there.
Yeah, I kind of did.
I saw his brother. You saw the interview with his brother talking about the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I can't wait for that joint.
It's dangerous. That's a dangerous fight, bro.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a great pelt on the wall for him, man. And I hope he get through it. But that's gonna show us something, man. We in for a treat, bro.
Man, that's gonna be. So who you got in the Barrios Ryan?
I want Ryan to win, but I honestly don't know, man. And I'm gonna encourage you, man, to always come on and just make your pick, man. Like, don't give a fuck about because we never know what happened. Just come out, make your pick. But I'm at a point now to where I'm questioning, much like how T.O. was, where I'm getting tired of boxers selling us on the fact that they in it and they doing this and they doing that, and then they get in the ring and it ain't that. So I just hope Ryan ain't selling us on the fact that, I'm because I asked, did he hit the wall? I say, did he hit the wall? I think he's standing right in front of it, but that wall, he got to scale that wall. Like, if he can't be Mario Barrios, And like, and if he can't beat Mario Barrios and be demonstrative with it, and that's not to take away from Mario Barrios, but if he can't do that, it's like, what else we gonna want from you at this point? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the skills to do it. And I was never really high on Mario Barrios, but he can box. You know what I'm saying? He can box. I just think that they slutting him out. And I'm tired of that. Because I'm like, Mario, why? Have some dignity, bro. Like, stop getting slutted out. Like, why are they just passing you around? You getting them checks? I can't lie, but like, come on, bro. You like a journeyman with a belt.
That's what I'm saying, man. He just lingers with the belt. There was a point where I forgot he was even a champion.
Yeah, man, it's odd. And then look, this is why I said this division is whack. Look at this division.
Look at that shit. That shit and Devin don't make it any better. I'm just gonna say it don't make it any better. That gotta change, man. They gotta change. All these guys need to move up from 40. They gotta move the straps around 47, man. And 47 is supposed to be that division. You know, ever since Bud and Spence had their thing, it was supposed to be Boots, but I mean, it's just the politics at 47.
If Boots, we could have got a proper reset if Boots would have just went ahead and fought Brian Norman and then fought Mario Barrios. He didn't do that. He arbitrarily moved up. Like, right when he was halfway there plus the ring, and he just jumped up. But we would have got a fresh reset to where it's like we would have had new energy and shit would have filtered out, but we didn't get that.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
But I ain't gonna talk your head off, man. I appreciate you coming through, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna hop back on. I've been on the road for a bit, but when I get time like this, I'm gonna jump on before the card next Saturday.
Okay. Well, I look forward to it, man. And you got my email. If you got any ideas or, you know what I'm saying, you don't reach out to me, you know how to reach out to me. But I'll just be sending a link. It ain't no pressure. I just send it out to all of the guys. And if you can hop on. If not, it just let you know in case you're not getting the notifications and you want a direct link and I don't have it out in the chat that you can hop on. But you're always welcome, bro. You good people, bro.
Oh, yeah, man, for sure. I appreciate that.
All right, brother.
All right.
Enjoy your evening, man.
All right, too.
All right, man. Yeah, man, we had a good cook, man. I just wanted to be clear, man, because it was like I said, it was Friday the 13th, so I figured, you know what I'm saying, I'll come out here and set the tone for y'all, man. Let y'all know that, listen, man, boxing is wild, man. Hopefully I challenge the way you think, man. It's not much more of talking I can do. I always say that this is Fruits and Veggies, not that Reggie. If I ever give a timeline, if I ever give a fact, an event, something that happened, and you challenge it, like you don't think that the math is math, all you gotta do is question. All you gotta do is ask me what's my credibility. Like, all you gotta do is go back and check. I always say, don't take my word for it. Do your research. Use your mind. I'm not trying to dumb you down and think that you got to believe everything and move how I think and use my logic and all that. No, I'm just saying that what everybody else is saying, we got to challenge that shit. You know, what I say is in addition to, or something that you can look at and say, you know what, I'm going to do some research on that. I got to do some digging. I got to qualify this because that kind of makes sense. We just listen, between the promoters, right, and these boxers, right, you'll be dizzy. Because they'll just spin you around and have you believe in whatever they say and having you get down and just run with the flow. It's like, nah, man, we critical thinkers. You know what I'm saying? I think that if we were more vocal and in unison about the same things, we would have a much bigger impact. When you just got a finger just poking you saying, bop, 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 bop. Yeah. Like, you can get away. You be like, man, look, I'll break that finger. Like, you know what I'm saying? But if you got, it's harder to refute. It's like you getting punched in your face with a fist or getting poked in the shoulder or the back with a finger. We need to be the fist to where we can kind of like, we don't let everybody play us. Because right now, man, we are easily manipulated. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like to be manipulated, man. I try to respect your intelligence, and I hope you respect mine. Hopefully you was able to put something in your rucksack and march on with it, man. I just gave y'all a lot to think about. Devin helped me, Dev, he helped me get through a lot of things and gave some feedback, gave some bounce back. You got to pick his mind and see where he's going. I just wanted to come out here and say, man, what are we doing, bro? Will there be any level of accountability, or we just gonna let them get away with whatever they get away with? I'm not sure. Fruits and veggies not that Reggie. That fact-based content, not opinion-based, even though we have ours. Silence is consent, meaning that all it takes for evil to prevail is for men and women to remain silent. So we speak to the things that need to be spoken to in the sport of boxing. Hopefully, man, I challenge you. Hopefully you walk away with this with something. Like, comment, and subscribe. Support the channel. You know what I'm saying? We are monetized. We do have Super Chat. We do have Cash App. People are taking ideas and running with them. I heard somebody say, as I conclude the housekeeping today, I say, housekeeping? Did she just say housekeeping? Like, but it's the same channel that when I used to do all my Earl Spence stuff, it was the same channel I used to piggyback off of that. I'm over it. I'm just saying, man, listen, man. It's kind of weird when you be supporting the carbon copy and not the original. No pressure. But I'm just saying, help the little guys, help the guys that come out and be original. Like I told y'all, man, like Jay-Z wouldn't be Jay-Z if he wasn't vampiring off of a J. Cole, if he wasn't vampiring off of a Young Guns, if he wasn't vampiring off of a Beanie Siegel. You do know that that's how some of the big wigs stay, because they can vampire off of the new fresh blood to come up with all the creative things. So I'm not begging. I'm just saying, listen. Y'all know content take work. Visuals take work. Everything. Just support the channel. You ain't gotta support with your money if you don't have it. Or you can like the videos. You can comment on the videos. If you catch this on the playback, talk to me, holler at me. I'll talk back. You can hype the videos. That's like the freest one. I seen a lame ass dude. I ain't never seen him hype one of my videos, but he'll be always in the comment section, blah, blah, blah. He hyping somebody from across the pond. That's why I say, we always be falling in love with shit that's foreign, or we don't respect our own, especially when the opinions contradict your own and they challenge you to think and not go with the norm. I'm done preaching, y'all. Thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. Well, we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga, right? Oh, okay, you want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to Bodywork.